show. Can't stick around, I actually have to go. It's my dirty 30, so I won't get too wordy. Because I am being called into a meeting I got. That's an awful hot coffee pot. Should I drop it on Justin Trudeau? Probably not.
Dude, that worked weirdly well. That was kind of eerie in a way. Oh my. Hearing the robot rapping, that was a lot. Two. Thank you. Sorry, didn't mean to turn the music down there. I'm always fiddling with this now. It doesn't go where I want it to go. Maybe that's better. I think up there is good. So I want to bring that back at a lower volume. What's the beverage today? I'm working on a Cherry Coke Zero today. I just had lunch like while the intro was going on. Marty, thank you very much for the 30 months resub at tier 2 and for everything you do for the community. Thank you, Marty. I appreciate it. And that was very funny. Fiddling with the mics, exactly. We're still doing it. All these years with all the new fancy technology, the newfangled technology, we're still doing it. Still fiddling with the mics. Also want to say thank you to Vlad the Victor. I don't know if Vlad the Victor's here, but didn't want the fanfare, didn't want the accolades, resubbed 20 hours ago when we weren't even online. That's how little Vlad the Victor cares. It's about supporting the community. It's about supporting TRRS. For Vlad the Victor. But thank you anyways to Vlad the Victor for the 22 months of Bezos bucks. He doesn't need the accolades. The sicko USSR enjoyer is logged on. You know, I do think there's just comes a time. I think we're at a historical crossroads right now, and we have to understand what's going on, and we gotta loudly.
This is some guy,
and
Rob
clearly,
Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
We've got to loudly and clearly let everybody know what side we're on, and I think that's what I'm going to be doing from this point forward. Left Flank Vets, thank you for the raid. Thank you, Left Flank Vets. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. Big raid from Left Flank Vets. We love it. Thank you, Left Flank Vets. And you're doing the candy liquor emote. I see. And you know what? I like that. That's good to me. That's good to me. I like it. And I hope you continue doing it. So, folks, I don't know if Marcus talked about this today. Hey, also smash the follow button if you can. By the way, if you want to join the community, if you just want to post candy liquors in the chat,
you can count on me.
Please smash the follow button
Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Kijiji Genie, for the gifted sub. Very kind of you. But yeah, if you're just joining us for the first time, I know, I know Marcus and I know the Left Flank Vets community very well. If it's your first time joining the stream today, I do hope you stick around. It's going to be a very interesting show today because I'm going to be talking about this incident that you've probably heard of excuse me, the Canadian Parliament hosting and honoring and giving a large bipartisan standing ovation to a literal Nazi. A former member of the Waffen SS who has there's documented evidence that this SS division was involved in major war crimes, helped carry out the Holocaust against primarily Polish people and Jewish people.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Ms. Squatch, for the 20 months tier 1. I'm sorry your comment was censored because of people's insistence on using the words piss badge when talking about the 2-year sub badge. But yeah, an actual factual Nazi. This is what we're talking about here. This is not a hypothetical Nazi. This is not what did he, was he like a scientist or whatever? There's no squishiness. Oh, it was just a civilian. He just happened to, no, this is like an actual documented SS member being honored in Canadian Parliament. And we need to talk about this because this is part of a story that I've been talking about now for 3 years. As long as I do this show, this is kind of the history that I personally have become very fixated on over the last couple of years, and people in this community as well. This is the history. What happened to the Nazis? After World War II, did we defeat the Nazis? Is that what happened? That's what we were always told, right? We watched the movies, we watched the fucking John Wayne movies, and all the different propaganda that we've just been pumped with right since birth, right? Because I was born in the early 80s, so a long time after this kind of narrative was allowed to take shape. And so we always told we're against the Nazis. Our boys went over and fought and died fighting the Nazis, which is true. Or there's certainly elements of that's true. Thousands of Canadians and Americans did go and fight fascism very correctly and very bravely in World War II. What happened after, though? That's the question. Or not even after, but setting aside what the troops were doing, what was our ruling class doing? What was the intelligence community doing? Before the end of the war, during the end of the war, and then after? That's the question. And that's where it's not so simple about Nazis bad. Oh, we fought the Nazis in World War II. We fought them and we won. That's the question. Right? And when we talk about this, we're not disrespecting the legacy.
You can count on me,
many
good
people.
Old Rob to talk you through all this.
So close to the wee stamp.
Party 60. This Twitch is so stupid. I'm talking about this serious, far-reaching sort of alternate version of history that we're learning about. And so take a moment to say, thank you, Fart Party 69, for the 19 months. Genuinely, though, thank you, Fart Party 69. Not to make light of that. Thank you for the 19 months and for all the support. For valued community member, Fart Party 69. So when we talk about this, and I guess we're just going right into this, honestly, I was a little late getting started. I did have some small talk and some personal shit to get into, but since everyone's here, we might as well just dive right into this. Right? We might as well just dive right into this. What other job makes this a requirement? It's so silly. We do a lot of silly stuff on the show. Sometimes it's a little like teaching, though, but it's you're trying to learn and teach about something, and it's and you're getting interrupted with the weirdest shit you can imagine. So yeah, since everyone's here, we might as well just skip all the chit chat. I ate my lunch already. I ate my lunch when the intro was playing, just because I was running a little behind and I wanted to just kind of cut down on the random eating and stuff and the chit chat. We missed the no mukbanging today. Although I will tell you, I had a really good. I wasn't sure what to get to eat. I forgot to. I had wanted to get some bread. I could have made a sandwich or get something else, but I didn't really have much, and I was out moving my car. And weirdly, in this neighborhood, a lot of stuff is closed on Monday. Really, it's a smart way of doing things. Who wants to work on Monday? Nobody. So a lot of places around here are closed. But I went to this Korean cafe. There's a little cafe. It's a coffee shop. It's Korean. It's kind of a fusion of Korean food and pastries and some more Western stuff. Kind of fusion. It's like a Korean fusion coffee shop, I guess. And I got a bulgogi wrap. So bulgogi in Korea is it's a beef with a certain kind of sauce and rice and stuff, or noodles. But they put it in a wrap. They put it with it's lettuce or spinach with the rice and the beef, and it's a spicy mayo in a wrap, like a flatbread. I don't think there was anything particularly Korean about the bread. It was you take the Korean food and you put it in a grilled flatbread. with some spicy mayo. Really good. And I got some kimchi on the side. I had that. I also got this cookie. I just got a little cookie as well, just a little, because I'm a treat boy. As you can see. So I guess maybe we are doing a small amount of chit chat. A small amount of chit chat and treats, okay? Very good. Very good cookie. If you can hang on just a few moments, folks, we will get to this serious discussion. Let me just munch on my cookie here. I'll munch on my cookie and then we'll move on. Okay? I'm on a 40-year bulk, that's right. Any day now, I'm going to convert this into just huge rippling muscles. Again, weirdest job in the world. Yes, it is. Honestly, it feels good to be back doing this stream. I've been excited to do this stream because of all this big news that's been happening that's very related to everything that we always talk about on here. I also had a kind of a rough morning. I always have a difficult time. I spent the whole weekend hanging out with my son, and we had a really fun time. We watched Little Shop of Horrors on Friday, which he hadn't seen, and I hadn't seen probably since I was a kid. I'm not like a big musical guy. But my kid really loves musicals, and he really he looks into who writes the musicals, and he's really into what's his name? It's Alan Menken does the lyrics. And Ashman, what's his name? Howard Ashman, excuse me. Howard Ashman. So he found out that Howard Ashman and Alan Menken wrote Little Shop of Horrors, and then he was really interested in watching it. And also, it's fun for kids. It's the big plant, and it's eating people. The Steve Martin one, yeah, this is with Rick Moranis, and the one from the one from the '80s, with the Frank Oz did. So I'd never really seen it though. I wasn't really familiar with the music. I had never seen it, and it was so fun. It was so fun. He really liked it. Obviously, the music is amazing. I mean, we were singing the music the whole weekend. Suddenly Seymour and etc. It's so great. Although we watched, I downloaded completely legally, of course, the director's cut, Fireflight. Yes, we watched the director's cut, where the plant, of course, spoiler alert to this 35-year-old movie or whenever it was, but the plant eats Audrey and then Seymour and then grows and spreads and takes over the entire world in the end of the film. Which was a little bit much for him. He was kind of found that pretty shocking, I think. But I did, I was telling him well, that's the ending that Howard Ashman wrote when he wrote this show, and they made him change it. They made him change it because they wanted to have a happier ending. So we did afterwards. We watched the happy ending version just to see the difference, and just so we could see the happy ending, and you see Audrey and Seymour, they're together and they escape, and it's everything's fine. So, but he kind of accepted that once I told him that was Howard Ashman's original vision. He was like, all right. He kind of accepted it, And then what we do on yesterday we made another stop motion movie. We made the other thing that he was really obsessed with this he's starting to become way more obsessed with is Gollum, and specifically the ending of Lord of the Rings. I don't know what it was that brought this on, but the ending of Lord of the Rings, where Gollum bites Bilbo's finger and takes the ring and then falls into the Mount Doom, the fires of Mount Doom. I think he saw it on YouTube. Is one of these kind of compilations that he sees sometimes of villains falling off things, which is one of the things that he really fixates on. So he was really thinking about that this weekend. So we did a stop motion claymation animation version of Gollum's death from, yeah, of course he's seen Lion King. He's obsessed with Lion King. He's obsessed with Scar, and he watches a lot of like Lion King related content on YouTube. That's like, what if Scar was actually nice? What if Scar really wanted to help Simba? And all these like alternative versions of Lion King that people splice Scar into like different situations. You have Scar versus Shere Khan from Jungle Book. That's another one that he watches a lot. There's a whole subculture of this on YouTube that he's super obsessed with. Scar apologist, that's right. So yeah, he's obsessed with that, and he loves that. He loves the music. He loves Be Prepared, that song. He loves Scar and Lion King and that stuff. But that's what we did. We did a stop motion claymation version of Gollum's death from the Lord of the Rings films and the book. And it's like we've been reading those books. Like we read the entirety of The Hobbit from cover to cover. And like I was saying, it's like that's kind of a book that's kind of geared for kids, but we started, because we were into it, we started looking at Fellowship of the Ring, and I was like, there's no way we're going to keep up with this. Like, it's way more advanced. And in many ways, a lot of it goes over his head. I think he kind of like, he gets into the ritual of it more than anything. But we started reading it, and we're like 250 pages into Fellowship of the Ring now, like just on a night-by-night basis, getting a few pages at a time. His incredibly specific special interest. It's really fascinating, isn't it? Fart Party. I know, it's quite interesting. And like I said, there's a lot of trash on YouTube and really bad shit, but I feel like when he's just doing that, going down these kind of rabbit holes about stories and characters and stuff like that and thinking about that, I don't think it's... When I see him looking at real trash on YouTube, it's like, that's concerning, but when he's really into those kind of things, I don't mind as much, you know? Tom Bombadil did put him to sleep. We read that whole section for $10, and just the other day he was like learning. He was like, "Who's Tom Bombadil?" And I was like, "We read that whole part," but like I said, a lot of it goes over his head. I think he just likes listening to me talk to him a lot of the time. Did you properly sing the Tom Bombadil lines? It was more. It was like a spoken word thing. It's more because I just don't know the melodies. Like when we read The Hobbit, there's that. Over the misty mountains cold, like that song where they did the song in the movie, and I kind of know how to sing it, but then there's all these other songs and I don't really know what's going on, so that's a hard part to get through when you're reading these out loud to somebody. But anyway, we're making our way through. They're almost at they just got to Weathertop in the book. They just left Bree and they just got to Weathertop, which takes it's like 250 pages into the book. In the movie, it's like 25 minutes or something like that. You actually understand why they made a lot of the storytelling choices they did in the movie. It really like gets the plot rolling a lot faster. There's all kinds of crazy shit that happens before they even get there in the book. So yeah, that's the other thing we did. Do you want to see the stop motion movie? Do you want to see it? Should I show it to you? Now we're doing chit chat. I have to do a little bit of chit chat, I guess. I'm sorry. I briefly considered skipping the chit chat, but now I feel like I have to do a little bit of chit chat just to talk about my weekend and get the old conversational juices flowing. But we're going to get to this major story. Okay, I got all day. I'm going to be here another 3.5, 4 hours. Okay, so we have time. We have time to do this. So believe me, we're going to get into this major story. We're going to be talking about the history, the context, the implications of this Canadian Nazi Parliament incident. We're going to get to that. We got lots of time. Hey, let me find this because I didn't upload it to Drive. I'll have to do a window of DLC. Now, again, I did a lot of the animation of this. He's still learning how. I'm trying to like teach him how it works. He's helping me. Like we did the figures together. I'm doing a lot of the actual like animating part, but I'm hoping as we get used to doing it together, you know, it's good for him to do anyways, and he's involved in it, and eventually he's going to be able to take all these ideas that he has in his head and translate it into something, whether it's art or comics or some kind of animation. He's really, really, really interested in that. So I'm trying to just like work with him on these kind of projects and hopefully kind of, you know, give him the tools to eventually take these ideas and put and, you know, recreate them somehow. Okay, this. Hey, you see that? Yes? Okay, good. I didn't put any music. Like this needs music or sound effects. Just I'll put on this Lord of the Rings theme, the Isengard theme. Yeah, just to give it some, you know? Okay, here it is. Here's the movie. There we go. There, there it is. I think like you can see if you know the story. I think you know what's going on, right? Like, I think you can see what's going on. I think we want to put voices on it and sound and stuff. So yeah, I'm happy with the models for sure. I did the Frodo and he did the Sam, and he made Gollum as well. it's pretty good. I think when it's got some voices and it's got some other stuff, it'll be cool. You know, this is something that you can be proud of. I do it one more time because it really makes me smile. And honestly, I miss him right now. He had a really hard morning and really didn't want to go to school, and was very difficult to get him to go to school this morning, which is always tough as a parent. He was really not happy, and that's difficult sometimes, and I'm kind of sad. Honestly, I kind of miss him, so it's making me happy to look at this. Here we go, one more time. Okay. I know that's that's technically the Isengard theme, not the like Mount Doom theme. I think I just prefer the Isengard theme. I think it's one of the most recognizable themes. It's probably one of my favorite Howard Shore themes in Lord of the Rings. Love the big zoom out establishing shot. The thing Fart Party, I'm able to like have my whole like filmmaker director thing that I've, because it's part of the reason that we do this, right? It's not just me just doing it just because he likes it. Like, it's a way for me to kind of exercise that too, that my directorial vision and stuff like that I've always kind of wanted to be part of, but I've never really been able to. I've never really taken the time to like make movies or do this kind of stuff. So it's kind of for me too, but primarily for him. Okay, it's not like he's bored and he doesn't want to do it, and I'm just like, no, we're doing this. It's not like that. Okay, it's not like that. This was his idea. I haven't had that issue with my kindergartner yet. She's completely stoked about school. The nationalist propaganda has me livid, though. Yeah, mostly this year it's been fine. So I don't know what that was about today. I'm not really sure. And it's interesting too, because like in Quebec, I think it gets toned down a little bit. You learn like because I've had a stepson go through the school system in Quebec, and I have this as well. And there's really an effort to teach kids about like residential schools and racism and like because we hate the English and we kind of we culturally we're kind of oriented against the Anglosphere, even if we're technically part of it. There's a lot of like anti-Anglo stuff in the school system here. So, and talk about the crimes of colonialism and that kind of stuff. It's actually pretty good in terms of a public education. Not perfect, obviously, but overall pretty good. Anyway, that's all. That's the chit chat. Wanted to talk a little bit about my weekend and hanging out with him, and I wanted to get that off my chest about how I was feeling today because it was kind of a rough morning. But I'm guessing the French colonial crimes are glossed over. I think definitely, yeah. I mean, there's it's like I said, it's not perfect, but I do think there's more of an effort to talk about that history than to completely gloss over it. It's definitely got that kind of historical bent, but it's still pretty fair in terms of a historical education. Like most public school teachers that I'm aware of in this province are, at least in the big cities, are fairly have these kinds of more what I would agree with in terms of historical views of these kind of the foundation of the country and this kind of stuff. My daughter's peer pressured into chanting in unison, "I pledge allegiance to the flag, one nation under God." Yeah, that's disturbing to me. That is very disturbing. Shotgunning the Diet Cherry Coke to start the stream. Now I'm almost ready to go here. I'm almost ready to go. Another thing that we've been able to talk about too is because I said he loves Howard Ashman. He loves the music of Howard Ashman, who did the music to like Little Mermaid and Beauty and the Beast and a couple of songs of Aladdin before he died. And I knew nothing about Howard Ashman. Like even the whole Little Shop of Horrors thing, I had never really paid attention to it. I'm just not really as interested in musicals and that kind of musical theater, even though I have a background in it a little bit from when I was a kid. But I had never thought about it much, and I didn't realize that Howard Ashman died when he was 40. Like he was on this insane run. We probably don't talk about Howard Ashman enough in terms of like an artist, songwriter, composer. He was on an insane run. He did he did a lot of stuff, but he did Little Shop of Horrors in the late 80s. Then he completely revitalized the whole Disney brand with Little Mermaid and Beauty and the Beast and a little bit of Aladdin. And he died of AIDS. Like he was gay and he died of AIDS at 40. And like I was kind of learning about this with my kid, and I was able to talk a little. Yeah, he's responsible for You'll Be a Dentist. That's right. And I was able to talk to him a little bit because it was something that he's interested in about, how gay people used to be treated in our society, and using this example of this guy that he really likes and he admires as an example. And so it's kind of a way to talk to him about that and about the way we need to progress and the way that our society has changed a little bit for the better since that time. No, You'll Be a Dentist is incredible. Yeah, Lodane, you're right. Because I was really listening to the music from Little Shop of Horrors this weekend because we watched it on Friday and I had never really seen it. I had never really seen it, and it's unbelievable. Like the music is just so great. So I was watching a lot of different versions of the music. There was actually they just did an NPR Tiny Desk uh Little Shop of Horrors, and it's so good. It's so good. We watched the original end, did not the original, the director's cut ending. I talked a little bit of that at the beginning of the stream. We watched the director's cut ending, and it was found it a little bit upsetting. And I had to talk to him about how that was Ashman's creative vision. And we also watched the happy ending after, so he could see that there's like, he could see the difference. He's a little kid. He still wants the happy ending. He wants Audrey and Seymour to escape and to kill the plant and to get married and all that stuff. That's what he wants. But we did watch the original director's cut version as well, like the first one. Lodane, you have to watch this Tiny Desk performance. If you the I'm a Dentist is really good. And so is Suddenly Seymour. That was my main takeaway from that. Was that Suddenly Seymour, and that's in that musical is just an absolute all-timer, just an absolute banger. It's so great. So Lodane, I don't even think we can watch it on the stream for copyright reasons, but where did it go?
No.
But Lodane or anyone else that's interested in this, I would definitely recommend checking out this NPR Tiny Desk performance of Little Shop of Horrors. It's fantastic. It's so good. When did he start really getting into stuff? Old Dutch? Yeah, that was a while ago, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I've talked about it here. He's 7 now. You know, last year he had a lot of different fixations. I think it's been a gradual process, like since probably about 5, 6, 7. You know, like I've covered all his different obsessions on this show, right? Like I can follow his, like, I'm talking about my son. I can follow like his development from the various things that he fixates on. Like last year at this time, it was Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, right? It was Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. That turned into like the holidays, Christmas Carol, Scrooge. He was obsessed with Scrooge, like all through from Christmas to like spring. He was like wearing a top hat around and everything because he loved it so much. Then he went into Joker. He had a big Joker phase. Big Joker phase until like early summer. And then it's been Little Mermaid again. And it's funny because he had a Little Mermaid period when he was like 5, and then he came back. Ursula and Little Mermaid and Scar, particularly. That was all through the summer until now. And now it's like, right now it's Gollum, Lord of the Rings. But it's also other stuff as well. It's like every 3 months. Every 3 months or so. He has like 3-month cycles of getting really fixated on stuff. And then just moving on to something else. He like me, for real. I'm going to take this off. I like my look right now, but warm. Okay. I think that's all the chit chat that I wanted to talk about. What do we got? 45 minutes. Okay. I ate my lunch. We had a setup for what we're going to talk about today. I talked a little bit about the chit chat that I had in mind to talk about. I pulled it up and it's so good. I immediately became emotional. So that's going to be a later video. Honestly, Lodane, it's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. Back my. I'm gonna check one more time to make sure I don't have any emails or anything from the school. Let's now talk about this story. And this is actually a good place to start it. Start this conversation. Bleep Lord. Actually kind of surprised Democracy Now! Covered the Nazi thing. Here's one thing I fervently believe. This became a national story, an international story actually, because it got blown up on Twitter. Like, we watched this ceremony on Friday. I skipped bits of it, and now I regret missing. Like, we kind of missed that part when they honored this guy before the beginning, before Trudeau spoke and before Zelensky spoke. We skipped the whole beginning part. Like, we talked about Trudeau's speech and Zelensky's speech, but I didn't see, like, I missed this part where they honored this actual Nazi prior to this event taking place. And it was only until afterwards I saw on Twitter it started to blow up. And that's when it went viral enough that it forced certain groups to denounce it, and it forced people in our political class to start talking about it. And now it's an international story. I really do believe that only happened because it went viral on Friday on Twitter. It was really easy to miss. Like, we missed it here. It's like a blink and you miss it thing if you're not paying attention. That and Zionist orgs noticed, but I feel like they noticed because of the outcry on Twitter. Like, I think it started on Twitter first. Like, this could have been swept under the rug. This is my point. I saw the whole thing unfold right from the beginning. We were immediately yelling before the media caught on. Yeah, it's like if enough people noticed this and called attention to it, and then like I said, I covered a lot of this event, but had missed this specific incident, and I tried to throw gasoline on this fire as much as possible because it actually forced our political class to talk about it. They would not have talked about it otherwise. This very easily could have slid under the radar, much like a lot of our other kind of support for fascism slides under the radar. The Everything app, exactly. That's where it all happens. That's where it all happens. So that's one thing I really believe. This became a big international story and big scandal because enough people noticed and called it out and made it so people had to talk about it. That would not have happened if it hadn't blown up on social media. It could have very easily been swept under the rug. And by the way, okay, so there's that account on Twitter. Some of you probably know this account. See if I can find it in my DMs. Ghost Notes or Propagandalf. I don't know if they're part of this community. I was DMing this account last night because Propagandalf was one of the major accounts that was pushing this and promoting this. And I just DM'd them out of the blue last night to be like, I really think we made this happen by doing this. And then I checked this morning. I was just DMing with them last night. And they were very kind and cool, by the way. And this morning I wake up and the account's banned. Need the conservatives to start saying the liberals have a Nazi issue, take a page from the Tories. Well, here's something. I don't really agree with this because that's already happening. And we're going to cover this. Conservative, like, this is blown up on like right-wing Twitter because it's turned into this like Trudeau bad. And they're talking about the links between the Liberal Party and these Ukrainian fascists, which is like, okay, fine. There's plenty to explore there. We need to resist the urge to like, and I saw people tamping down on the idea of politicizing this. We do need to politicize it, but we can't let this, or we shouldn't let this become this partisan thing. This is not about Justin Trudeau, or it's not even about Chrystia Freeland, right? Everyone was there. All the political leaders were there. They all saw this person got introduced. And then they're now pulling this routine, being like, I had no idea. What Justin Trudeau, how did they not catch this? And didn't they do their due diligence, blah, blah, blah. They were all there. They all heard the same introduction. So these people that are trying to turn this into like a Justin Trudeau bad thing, they're basically engaged in this kind of mass gaslighting to suggest that they don't understand basic historical facts about World War II and who was fighting who and when. And they were all, each and every one of them, were in that chamber applauding this literal Nazi who was introduced as someone who fought against Russians in World War II. Whoever was there and was clapping, they all heard the same thing we did. So unless we're meant to believe that they just don't pay attention to shit that's going on in the Parliament, or they don't understand basic facts about our history in World War II, that's the only actual explanation. So this is not a partisan thing. We can and should talk about Trudeau's role in this, and especially Chrystia Freeland's role. Absolutely. There's obviously a big story there. This is not a partisan thing. This is not a partisan thing. This is part of a puzzle piece. This is a puzzle piece to a larger puzzle in which our entire political class and media class and ruling class are all a part of on a bipartisan basis. This is kind of the point that I'm trying to talk about today, okay? This is kind of the main thing. What we're talking about, it's not just about Justin Trudeau and Chrystia Freeland and the Liberals. It's not even just about Canada. There's something bigger going on here that we on this show over the last 3 years now have been slowly unraveling. We've been picking at the threads for this larger story about our history, not just in Canada, but the West, post-war history. This is just a part of that puzzle, but there's something bigger going on here, and that's what we're going to be getting at today. Sorry, hang on just one sec. I fucking love how our entire telephone communication network has just been abandoned now to scammers. I think that's good, actually. It's good now that I just never have my phone having I can't put it on vibrate or sounds in case something important needs to call me, because I just have a non-stop stream of scam calls now. I think that's fun. It's fun and good to me that exists. Because I'm worried about my kid because of what was going on this morning. I see a number come in and it's not a 1-800 number. I answer. It's like, we have detected unauthorized purchase of a MacBook Pro. And it's like, fuck. AT&T just can't pass up the scammer money. I love that our whole telecom industry is controlled by these private industries, actually. You know, all this telecom industry that was all funded by taxpayer funds, all the infrastructure and the phone lines and the internet cables all created using public funds and then privatized for these, like, this telecom monopoly. I think that's good, actually. I think it's cool and I like it. Everything's just scams and cults. No, not this though. Not what you're looking at right now, to be clear. I was going so hard. I slammed that Coke Zero and I got the caffeine boost that I needed. Anyway, let's back up here. I really hope they let back on Ghost Notes. Like, it's incredibly fucked up that Ghost Notes had their account fucking banned. I was just DMing with them last night, 12:19 a.m. Oh, fuck. There's one more thing. Before I get into this, there is one more thing. And I have to say, whatever, I don't know if this matters. I don't know if anyone needs me to say this. whatever. I just wanted to put this out in the world that I would hope people in this community are wishing for Matt Chrisman to get well soon. I don't know what's going on with Matt Chrisman's health problems. I don't really know Matt. I listened to a lot of Chapo Trap House from like 2016 to 2019 or so. I'm not really part of that whole community anymore. But regardless, really a horrible and heartbreaking story about Matt having these health difficulties, whatever the hell's going on, while simultaneously awaiting the birth of his child. It's just a really horrible situation. Regardless of anything, that Matt's someone that I have respect for. I've always really appreciated his perspective. I've been following him probably since like 2013, and Matt was one of the people that, when I was really disillusioned and angry about where things were going, discovered people like Matt, and who had this kind of, I could tell, had the same kind of anger and alienation that I did, and was kind of creating something cool and alternative and exciting as a way to kind of like voice that disillusionment, that anger. So appreciate him a lot. I mean, definitely someone that I've been following a lot over the years, and I hope he's going to get better soon. We're organizing a TRRS spirit bomb to go to Matt Chrisman and the whole Chrisman family at this time. I was very upset to hear that. So here's I was talking about Ghost Notes, aka Propagandalf. It's pretty amazing stuff. Where are we going here? What is this? Hold on. Excuse me. Here he is on Blue Sky. Your account has been suspended for violating the X rules due to a user report. The Everything app, the leading free speech outlet in the world. The leading free speech outlet. Who got banned for this tweet. Welcome to Canada, a country that didn't commit genocide because it's not as bad as what the Nazis did. Also, please enjoy our various monuments to Nazis and Nazi collaborators. Now politely join us in applauding this brave Waffen-SS soldier. Frankly, it'd be rude not to stand. On X, the Everything app was silenced for this free speech. I've been kind of mixing it up on Blue Sky lately too, and pissing some people off by getting my stuff out there. I'm drawing a line in the sand right now when it comes to this version of history, and I would welcome people to join me. I know Ghost Notes is one of these people. You are in the community. I would like you to join me on the side of the line, the side of the beach where I have now drawn this line in the sand. When it comes to our versions of our interpretations and analysis of history, particularly 20th century history and post-war history. X rules violation, mentioning Nazis in a negative light. Exactly. Okay, so let's now get to this clip. Here's where it started off. Before we get too far off the Matt thing, here's my favorite segment of one of his live streams, in which he encompasses a lot of the sentiments I think TRRS is about as well. Okay, we can take a look at this.
You can be my personal ambassador to the world. And if you're ever less than certain, I will be your Iron Curtain, and I will be your Berlin Wall, and I will never fall. It's a good song. Ross Douthat is crying because his girlfriend, Theresa May, got owned. He's whining like the simpering, half-bearded toad that he is. The old gave us Trump.
We'll get to
the
that,
young are
Lotus.
trying to give us Corbyn. Time to restrict the franchise to parents of under 18-year-old kids. How about we fucking put you in a barrel and roll you down a hill? How's that for a fucking idea, you fucking tubby shithead? How's that? I got an idea. That's a good idea. I think that's a great idea. I think America would be united behind that fucking policy. You fucking worthless shithead. I really hate Ross. A lot of people don't hate him. I hate him. I hate him deeply. I hate them all. I really do. I hate the trad cats. My hate is pure in the Alexander Coburn sense. I really do hate
And just
them all.
look at all the
I
shitheads
can't
that are trying
not
to
hate
mock
them.
Matt for his health problems.
I look
now,
at
trying
them,
to score points off that. I mean,
I
all
read
the
them,
absolute worst pieces
and I don't
of shit
feel
you can
like
imagine.
that kind of like, oh, this guy's funny because he's stupid. I want them. I hate him. Maybe that's bad. Maybe I shouldn't hate him. Maybe that proves that there's some sort of dark heart within me. I'm like Lenin. Give me control of the state, and I'm going to start doing purges and creating the fucking checkup. But I don't think that's true. I think these people do genuine harm to the world, and me wanting to kill them, or at least see them deeply humiliated, is me standing up for humanity. I think. I hope. I mean, we should all have a chance. People suck, but the people, we all deserve a chance to suck. We all deserve a chance. Because we get pulled out of we get pulled out of nothing. We get pulled out of the ether into consciousness that we did not ask for and that is not under our control. We are given facilities and abilities that are also not within our control. And then we are set loose in a world where we are going to have a very brief, finite amount of time to love and be loved and to experience and to think and to exist before that's snuffed out. And that is something that every single one of us shares. That is a unifying human experience. That's all we have. We have this brief moment where we are called out of nothingness for a fucking microsecond in the span of existence. We're called into being. Without our consent, we're given abilities that we don't have any fucking choice over, and we're all unified by that. And since we all share that, can't we make it a fucking world where everybody who is essentially, I don't want to get too Schopenhauer-y, but, cursed with that burden of consciousness can at least experience as much richness and love and safety and security as anybody else? Like, how can you look at someone who didn't choose to be born, who did not choose their abilities and facilities in this world, and say, you deserve nothing but pain and torment until a horrible death? And I deserve everything. I deserve riches, and I deserve greatness, and I deserve comfort for things that I similarly had no choice in, had no influence in. I'm a winner of a genetic lottery, and as a result of that, I should have everything, and you should have nothing. And the difference between us is the flip of a fucking coin. That is a monstrousness that I can't abide. I can't. To think that there are people in this world who accept that and think that's how it should be. That you should condemn people in millions and billions to torment and agony and death and fear and loneliness because you need to have everything. Because you were born with everything. The vile maxim. The vile maxim. Adam Smith's vile fucking maxim. And it's hard to confront because it is so monstrous and so evil. But it's something that your neighbors believe, that your parents believe, that your loved ones believe. It's something that people accept as just the way it is. That is what life is. It is you're shot out of oblivion into consciousness, and you will either be cursed or blessed based on the whim of genes and geography. And that is that. And the people who say that that is that are, of course, the people who achieved the extraordinary beneficence of luck, and then decide that they're going to ascribe that into the universe and turn that into an unmutable truth.
Again, we are all wishing Matt the best. It's a horrible thing that Matt is having a health issue at this exact time that he's just his wife just gave birth to their first child, and I just hope Matt gets better soon. Let's now talk about what happened in our parliament on Friday. And again, we were covering this on Friday. We looked at Zelensky's speech in Parliament on Friday. We looked at Trudeau's speech. We kind of missed this part. And again, I'm so thankful that enough people noticed this. The fact that prior to these speeches, our Parliament honored this actual Nazi and gave a nice big bipartisan standing ovation to this Nazi. Enough people noticed this and started talking about it online that it literally forced our political class to admit this. Like, I really, truly think that if that hadn't blown up on Twitter, this would have just slid under the radar and they would not have acknowledged this and it wouldn't be this big scandal. I really think that if you were online and you helped turn this into a big story, you've helped turn this into like an actual genuine scandal. Trudeau speaks 13 minutes ago. Oh, good. Well, let's look at this. I'm going to wait to look at that footage before we set the table here and really set the context of this. So here's the moment. Okay, here's the moment that I kind of missed on Friday, but I'm really happy that enough people paid attention to this and noticed it and turned it into a story, because this would not be a big scandal without that, I don't think. The Liberals want to strike the honoring of the Nazis stricken from the record. Oh, I don't doubt that they do want that, Hildy. They might be able to strike it from the record, though, but we're not going to forget, are we? We're not going to forget, because this is an actual vindication of everything that we've been talking about. The version of history that we have been talking about on this very program for like 3 years. This history about the Nazis, the West, World War II, and what was going on before the end of the war, during, and after. And answering this question, were the Nazis defeated or were they absorbed by the West? We can call it the Fourth Reich theory. Right? We've talked about it a lot for 3 years. And there's different pieces to this puzzle, right? The JFK assassination is a piece to that puzzle. Because Allen Dulles is a big part of the JFK assassination. Allen Dulles and John Dulles were Nazi sympathizers. Allen Dulles arguably committed treason in the ending of the war with this kind of completely going against the American strategy and implementing this Operation Sunrise at the end of the war, rehabilitating and rescuing these like Nazi SS soldiers and bringing them into the intelligence community, the intelligence establishment, who went on to then carry out Gladio and all these horrible programs afterwards.
You can count on me.
You know, we've talked about Operation Paperclip a lot.
Talking through all this.
Gladio never ended. Send tweet.
Absolutely. For sure. Biggerwig. Thank you. 34 months of tier 1 from Biggerwig. Very close to the new badge, Biggerwig. So we talked though about little pieces of this puzzle. And Ukraine and Canada and that relationship, that is a piece of this puzzle. That's the kind of thing that I'm trying to get at today when we talk about this. We're not just talking about Canada. We're certainly not just talking about Justin Trudeau and the Liberal Party versus the Conservatives. This is not about partisanship. This is about our entire political class and our entire ruling class and the version of history that we have been creating systematically since the end of the war and teaching to people.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh, my Bezos bucks are back. Here, have them.
Ernie Hamer, thank you very much. 11 months of Prime. Thank you for the Bezos bucks. I really appreciate it. But that is my point, right? This isn't just about, it's not a partisan thing. It's not just about Canada. Oh, Canada honors Nazis. That's so strange. There's something bigger going on. And this is a part of that. This story that we're talking about today is a part of that.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Diego, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Very kind of you. Thank you for all the support. So here's the moment, okay? Here's the moment from Parliament from Friday. And listen to the words, okay? We're going to look at what people that were there are saying now, such as Pierre Poilievre. We had no idea, even Jagmeet Singh. We were very alarmed by the honoring of this guest. And Trudeau is saying it, we had no idea. And they're all kind of saying, is the speaker made a little mistake, made a little whoopsie, innocent mistake. This is not a mistake, okay? This is not an isolated incident. This is about the relationship over the last several decades, since the post-war period, between Canada and Ukraine. This is not an isolated incident. We have, as we have talked about on this show, if you watch this show, you understand this history. If you read mainstream media, you have no fucking clue that this exists. We have monuments in this country to these exact Waffen-SS divisions. It's not a coincidence that we're honoring a member of the Waffen-SS in our parliament who was a Ukrainian anti-Soviet nationalist. It is not a coincidence. All that happened is that people noticed this time. They got too brazen. And they were not able to just sweep this under the rug the way so much of this has gotten swept under the rug, especially over the last 2 years. Okay?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Probably just a mix-up. Whoops.
Amazing Bird Show. Thank you. Yeah, whoops. We just made a little mistake. Well, here's this mistake. Listen to the words that are being said here, and then look at the reaction. And ask yourself if this is just some partisan thing. We just didn't know. We had no idea. They're all there. They're all clapping. Listen to the words. We're all hearing the same words, right? Okay, here we go.
We have here in the chamber today Ukrainian Canadian world veteran from the Second World War who fought the Ukrainian independence against the Russians.
Sorry, excuse me? Sorry, what was that? Excuse me, let's hear that one more fucking time. Because honestly, I feel like there's some mass gaslighting going on right now with all our political leaders saying, like, what? What? Us applaud a Nazi? No, wow, that's just a little mistake. Let's hear that one more fucking time. I just want to hear that one more time.
Ukrainian Canadian world veteran from the Second World War who fought the Ukrainian independence against the Russians.
We had no idea. This is just a Trudeau. Trudeau made some kind of mistake here. They accidentally honored this Nazi. Am I fucking crazy? Who else was fighting the Russians in World War II? And here, this is an important caveat, okay? I'm getting fired up here. this is an important caveat. When we talk about this history, we're not disrespecting the legacy of the Canadians that fought and died fighting fascism in World War II. You know what disrespects their legacy? You know who the people that are disrespecting the legacy of the people that fought the Nazis? The people from Canada, the US, from Ukraine, from Russia, all wherever they were fighting the Nazis in the Eastern Front, all around the world. What disrespects their legacy is when we bring these fucking SS members into our parliament, into our society first, which we did. We've talked about this history. Into our society, honor them, build monuments to their World War II sacrifice, and then finally bring them into our fucking parliament. Let's hear this one more time. Let's hear this one more time.
We have here in the chamber today Ukrainian Canadian world veteran from the Second World War who fought the Ukrainian independence against the Russians and continues to support the troops today, even at his age of 98.
It's everyone. This is bipartisan. This is our entire parliament. Sorry, did these people not understand basic facts about history? That's what we're being asked to believe? They just don't understand basic facts about history, I guess.
His name is Yaroslav Hunka. And I was going to say he's in the gallery, but I think you beat me to that.
No, he doesn't realize. Look, he's laughing.
But
He's
I'm
smiling.
very proud to say that he is from North Bay and from my riding of Nipissing-Temiskaming. He's a Ukrainian hero, a Canadian hero, and we thank him for all his service. Thank you.
And they're all fucking clapping. Yeah, another one. Please, are you going to show him now too? I want to see him. I want to see him taking in the applause. I will find the other angle if I have to. No, sorry. I need to see this. I need to see this. Excuse me. Where is this guy? Yeah.
Zelensky's speech received at least a dozen standing ovations. There was also one for this man, a 98-year-old Ukrainian Canadian who fought for Ukrainian independence against the Russians during the Second World War.
I'm serious. Like, it's shocking, honestly. It's shocking to listen to this. It's shocking to listen to this. Don't let Pierre Poilievre pretend that this is some partisan thing. Both Pierre Poilievre and Jagmeet Singh were both there. They were both applauding, and both of them put out statements saying like, "Well, what? Well, we had no idea. What are the liberals doing? What?" We heard the same fucking words. We heard the same words. Fought for Ukrainian independence during the Second World War, when millions of Ukrainians were correctly, and again, very bravely, on Yom Kippur, millions of Ukrainians at this time were joining the Red Army and fighting in the Red Army to defend Ukraine and Russia and all of us. They defended all of us and helped save our fucking asses from this fascist menace. I'm sorry, is this some obscure historical knowledge? So do not let any of these people plead ignorance here. Okay? Please. I would like to take a look at some of these statements. And I want to hear this. I want to look at this clip of Trudeau responding to this. Here's Pierre Poilievre. It has come out today. I'm not going to do the voice. This is serious. I'm not going to do my Poilievre impression. It has come out today that Justin Trudeau personally met with and honored a veteran of the 14th Waffen Grenadier Division of the SS, a Nazi division. Liberals then arranged for this Nazi veteran to be recognized on the floor of the House of Commons during the visit of the Ukrainian president. This is an appalling error in judgment on the part of Justin Trudeau, whose personal protocol office is responsible for arranging and vetting all guests and programming for state visits of this kind. No parliamentarians other than Justin Trudeau had the opportunity to vet this individual's past before he was introduced and honored on the floor of the House of Commons without warning or context. It was impossible. Listen to the fucking audacity of this motherfucker. It was impossible for any parliamentarian in the room other than Mr. Trudeau to know of this dark past, except for when they introduced him and very clearly stated who he was and what he was doing. Yeah, and of course Zelensky knew. Like, Jesus Christ. This is what I've been asking people too, right? This is not just about this moment. This is not some isolated incident. Whitewashing the reputations of and rehabilitating these exact kinds of anti-communist, anti-Soviet, nationalist partisans in Ukraine. What do we think this war has been about? Who do we think we've been sending weapons to for the last 10 years? It's not about this one guy. It's not about this one incident. This is the version of history that Canada has been deeply, deeply implicated in creating, whitewashing and rehabilitating these exact people. There's zero separation between this, the Waffen SS, and this version of Ukrainian nationalism. Who's the biggest Ukrainian nationalist figure? You can't separate this, is Bandera. This is what the exact Ukrainian nationalist project that we've been helping to create for now generations, and which our deputy prime minister is well aware of because her fucking Nazi grandfather was also deeply implicated in this. This is what we've been doing for generations. This is why we have monuments to the Waffen SS in our cemeteries in this country. Because we deliberately brought in immigrants exactly like this for this exact reason. We knew they were in the SS. And we brought them in as hired muscle to act as union busters for our private industry, to destroy the Ukrainian diasporic community in this country, which was very left-wing and very Soviet sympathizing and very socialist. We knew these guys were in the SS, and we deliberately brought them into the country. And as we're going to learn as well, there's explicit language when this shit was studied and debated and talked about that said like, oh, it's okay because they were just on the Eastern Front. They weren't actually like attacking Canadians or Americans or they were just killing Russians. And of course, Polish people and Jewish people and other undesirables as well. But that was part of the justification. Oh, don't worry, they were just fighting on the Eastern Front. It's literally, I'm not making this up. This is what I'm trying to talk about. This is what I've been talking about for, I feel like, a while now. Like the last 2 years and beyond. This is not an isolated incident. It's certainly not a partisan Trudeau thing, although there's plenty to blame for this. This is part of a larger story. There's something bigger going on here. And what is going on is a slow motion rehabilitation of Nazism, which didn't start 2 years ago or a year and a half ago with the invasion of Ukraine, but it's been accelerated since that time. There's been a number of incidents of this. Like, what do people think has been going on? Every single image that comes back from the front, whether it's coming from one of these militias or it's official NATO propaganda or whatever, every single time you see the Sonnenrad, you see the SS symbol, you see the references to Bandera. Who do we think? What do we think this has been about this whole time? Who do people think we've been arming and funding and training this whole time? This is not some little mistake. This is part of a larger project, which is, again, the rehabilitation of Nazism. And it's not just that. All the kind of language that we've been hearing. There was that U.S. official last year saying, like, oh, Hitler was bad, but at least Hitler didn't, like, kill his own people and that kind of stuff. There's the Michael McFaul. He was the ambassador to the Soviet Union. At least Hitler didn't kill his own people, which is just false and not true. But overall, like, this is what we're talking about, though. It's a slow motion mass rehabilitation of Nazism. This double genocide theory has become like our main version of history. This double genocide theory, which used to be widely acknowledged as Holocaust denialism. Double genocide theory, which now is not, now that's what used to be this kind of controversial form of Holocaust denialism, which of course Zelensky promoted in his speech to Parliament as well. It's not just about this one guy. But this double genocide theory, not only is it not controversial or viewed as Holocaust denialism, now it's our main version of history. Now it's just what people across the ideological spectrum seem to believe about this. This double genocide theory when it comes to Ukraine or when it comes to what the Soviet Union was doing in all these Warsaw Pact countries. Right? And even it's going beyond double genocide theory. Now we're seeing it morph from double genocide theory to lesser evilism. We're seeing this transition, right? Which years ago and decades ago was completely unthinkable to even equate the two sides of the USSR and Nazism. Now we're not only equating the two sides, now we're suggesting that actually the Soviets were worse. This is widespread. This is not, and you have people like Jordan Peterson openly saying this now. We're seeing this shift. This is what I'm talking about, okay? This is not just about the Canadian Parliament. This is not just about this one incident. There's something bigger going on here. If you watch this show, we've been talking about this for 3 years, before this invasion even started. But there's a shift happening in how we understand these versions of history. And there's a new version, a completely revisionist version of history that is taking hold here. And this incident, like, the amazing thing is that people noticed. I feel like they just went too far, almost. Like they went too far. But don't let Pierre Poilievre pretend this is some partisan thing or about Justin Trudeau, or we didn't know. There was no way of vetting this person's past. We all heard the introduction. Fought for Ukrainian independence against the Russians in World War II. There's no ambiguity there. Okay, and it's not Pierre Poilievre, it's Jagmeet Singh as well. Jagmeet Singh chimes in. I share the concerns raised about Friday's event in the House of Commons. And he's turning into this thing about anti-Semitism. We must all stand against anti-Semitism. This must never happen again. Read my full statement. And again, this is not just about anti-Semitism. Again, it's about a completely alternate version of history. We can get to that statement. He says, I share the concerns about the individual honored with a standing ovation in the House of Commons on Friday. He was not a guest of the NDP, and we were not aware of his background or association with the Nazi regime in World War II. This event has caused harm to the Jewish community, and for that I'm sorry. And that's the thing. Yeah, like, yes, it has, of course, caused harm to the Jewish community. I'm not disputing that. The Jews were the primary victims of the Holocaust. No one is disputing that. But this is not just about anti-Semitism, right? The Galician SS division that this guy was a part of didn't just kill Jewish people. He killed massive, like, hundreds of thousands of Polish people as well as LGBTQIA plus people, travelers, and of course Russians. But that's okay. When they're fighting on the Eastern Front and they're killing commies, that's actually totally acceptable. But so I don't think it's totally accurate to frame this as just being some kind of, must stand against anti-Semitism. This is about the role our government has played in the widespread rehabilitation of fascism. And Ukrainians, of course. Yeah. But again, Jagmeet, is this guy a fucking idiot? I'm sorry. But we all heard the introduction that this guy got. Are we the only ones that understand basic facts about history? Is that what we're meant to believe here? That our entire political class just don't understand basic facts about history? Is that what we're being told to accept here? Because that's pathetic if that is the case. That's not an excuse. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm such a moron that I just didn't quite catch this. That's not an excuse. Like, this is our whole political class here. Like, that's if that is the case, and I don't believe it is, that is not good. Unbelievable how the left is trying to cancel this Ukrainian war hero. In all honesty, I'm just surprised that this turned into a big scandal. Seriously, like, that's how low the bar is here. Just the fact that, like, this turned into a big scandal is making me feel slightly less insane, because this is the kind of thing that usually just gets swept under the rug. Like I said, there's been 2 years of this now. There's been 2 years of this. Through the lens of the Russian-Ukraine conflict, rehabilitating these exact people that fought in the Waffen-SS, anti-Soviet partisans. And it's not just about Ukraine, right? This is about all the Warsaw Pact countries. This process started even before the collapse of the Soviet Union, rehabilitating these kinds of anti-Soviet partisans and Nazi sympathizers. Right? This has been going on for a while now, but it's been accelerated over the last 2 years. Trudeau and the pro-Nazi left will be Pierre's drumbeat going forward. No, I saw they're trying to turn this into like a partisan thing. But we should not let them. And again, I'm genuinely surprised that this turned into the scandal that it did. Because I'm really used to this stuff just being completely normalized. And I really think that those of us that spent the weekend talking about this story and turning it into a big scandal, we're genuinely responsible for that. I really do believe that. They would not be releasing these statements. They would not be talking about this if it didn't turn into a big international news story because of X.com, the everything app. Even though now people that are involved in that are getting banned. You know what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to screen grab Ghost Notes post here and post it on Twitter. Oh man, I have a lot of stuff to look at this. Where's the statement from the speaker? Let me find that. I want to see the statement from him. He's trying to take the blame for this. I cannot believe how big of a story this turned into. It's really incredible. Where's his statement? But like, look at this bullshit. The MP for Burlington, Karina Gould, says, Speaker has now made it clear that he was responsible for inviting this individual to the House. The government played no role. It did not know that he would be there. The PM did not meet him. I'm deeply troubled this happened. I urge MPs to avoid politicizing this incident. Imagine politicizing this incident. Personally, I think when we invite a member of the SS into our parliament and give him a nice big bipartisan standing ovation, I think that's inherently political to do that. Personally, I think that's an inherently political thing that needs to be discussed and talked about. No, I know it's a big international story, Dave. I think it's really incredible, honestly. They really pushed too far. They went too far with this. Because this is part of a larger issue, right, that I keep talking about. This kind of mass normalization of fascism and rehabilitating these exact kinds of people, anti-Soviet partisans, in Ukraine and elsewhere in the Warsaw Pact states. And there just seems to be this overall sense amongst like some of our like ruling class members, white ruling class, that are just tired of pretending to be ashamed of of the Nazis, especially people that had families that were part of that legacy. They're just tired of being ashamed of this legacy, and they're ready now to embrace this new version of history of them being these like maligned heroes struggling for independence against the evil Soviets. Anyway, here's Karina Gold. So keep in mind what you just said. I urge MPs to avoid politicizing this incident. It's so brazen. It's really incredible. Oh, whoops, sorry. What's this? What's this? Sorry, Karina? Is that you? Is that you, Karina? Karina? She deleted it from her Instagram. You had no shit. I'm not surprised. Yes. He photobombed them. Oh no. Oh, it's not just that. Teresa Hunka, the granddaughter, I guess. Dido is waiting in the reception hall for Trudeau and Zelensky. There he is. And this is what I mean. This is her family, right? She's proud of this. She's proud of her grandpee. Wait till you put the rest of the bombing he's done. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is hilarious. This is so funny. I gotta look at that Teresa Hunka again. Someone posted something else in my mentions. Same person. This is so great. Teresa Hunka, 1 day ago, shares this meme: "No space for hate in Canada." The whole like we loving, inclusive, LGBTQ plus friendly Canada. No space for hate. Very next day, Dido's waiting in the reception hall for Trudeau and Zelensky. It really kind of says it all right there, doesn't it? And some people, like, I think very misguided people get in these kind of moments, they see this dichotomy and they think, well, the whole queer liberation struggle is just bad and I should not be supportive of it. And I should, in fact, tail these reactionary beliefs for these conservatives in Russia or elsewhere about this community, which is obviously ridiculous and stupid. This is the thing that I always kind of ask us to talk about in these moments. We can talk plenty about how queer liberation has been weaponized and used to whitewash our hateful and grotesque history. That doesn't mean that we don't support the struggle of gay and lesbian and trans and queer and intersex people and everyone that's part of the LGBTQIA plus community, because we're not idiots and we're able to still hold two thoughts in our mind at the same time. So some people really struggle with this a little bit, but that really does say it all the way. The way human rights, the way there's been this deliberate project of whitewashing or like pinkwashing this version of history. That we can talk about that without just abandoning queer people who are a marginalized group that need support, that are under assault at all times. Right? We're capable of holding these two ideas in our mind at the same time, unlike others. I really want to find the actual statement from the speaker before we continue here. Oh, for fuck. Here's the statement. On September 22nd in the House of Commons, I recognized an individual in the gallery. I regret my decision to do so and accept full responsibility for my actions. And when you click on this link, it appears to be broken. You can't even see the statement anymore. But there's kind of an effort here on the part of the Speaker of the House to kind of fall on his sword here to protect everyone else. Oh, this is on me. I didn't Google this guy. That's the problem. This isn't Trudeau. This is no one's fault. It's just my fault. I didn't do my proper due diligence here. Do not let this happen. This is not about the Speaker. It's not just about Freeland and Trudeau and the Liberal Party. This is bipartisan. This rehabilitation of these kinds of people has been an ongoing generational process that Canada is deeply involved with. Again, that's why we have monuments to Waffen SS divisions in our cemeteries across the country. It's not about this one guy, and it wasn't a little mistake. Political staffers are getting fired today. I'm here for it. For sure. I mean, how... like, it really boggles my mind how somehow no one in this process was like, maybe we're going a little too far with this. Just maybe. Just maybe we're going a little too far with this. If you don't mind, I'm just going to take one moment here to do a tweet about ghost notes. I don't think I meant to retweet that. I mean, I guess it's true, but I think I retweeted that by accident somehow. I feel like I might need a second draft of this tweet. That's why I closed my X account. The thing is, you got to still be on there. I don't know. There's just, I can't. This weekend was a perfect example of why I'm never going to leave, you know? Until it physically just goes away. You know? If you just leave because it's gotten so toxic, you lose the ability to still kind of create stories like this, which is what happened. Like, I really do firmly believe that this became a story because of random shithead lefties on X.com, the Everything app. I'm not a content creator. Well, that's obviously unacceptable. You have to be. Well, I think that tweet needed a second draft, but I just fired it off. Anyway, here is let's look at what Trudeau has to say about this. Here's Trudeau. It was the Putin propagandists that made this a story, and we can talk about that in just a moment. But I mean, unironically, yes.
I think particularly of Jewish MPs and all members of the Jewish community across the country who are commemorating Yom Kippur today.
Fucking idiot.
I think it's going to be really important that all of us push back against Russian propaganda, Russian disinformation, and continue our steadfast and unequivocal support for Ukraine, as we did last week with announcing further measures to stand with Ukraine in...
By the way, you know what that's exactly what Chrystia Freeland said when questions about her Nazi grandpa started coming up. Russian propaganda. They're really trying this. They're really trying this. This is unbelievable. I'll try one more. I gotta hear this again.
MPs and all members of the Jewish community across the country.
He can barely even talk. I can barely even hear him. He's so soft-spoken here.
Yom Kippur today. I think it's going to be really important that all of us push back against Russian propaganda, Russian disinformation, and continue our steadfast and unequivocal support for Ukraine, as we did last week with announcing further measures to stand with Ukraine in Russia's illegal war against it. Je pense que c'est clair que c'est inacceptable.
These motherfuckers.
Le président de la Chambre a pris responsabilité.
Yeah, it's not him. It's not the speaker. He said, sorry, in French there, he was pivoting to, it's, you know, the Speaker of the House has taken responsibility. It's not about the fucking Speaker of the House. And we want to talk about this whole Russian propaganda angle. Let's talk about that. Here's the problem.
Count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Diego, thank you for another gifted sub. So it's Russian propaganda that they got applauding and honoring a Nazi in the House. I'm confused. Here's the issue. This whole thing about Ukraine's government, Ukraine's pro-Nazi government, and the whole denazification of Ukraine, which Putin gave as a reason for this invasion in the first place. They have tried so hard to just say that, like, there's nothing about that. There's no element of truth to that. I mean, that's what we hear about Zelensky, right? Oh, he's Jewish. Zelensky is Jewish. So it's just fundamentally impossible. When Russia is making this claim about Nazis in the Ukrainian government. Well, he's Jewish. What do you want? They're not Nazis. What can we tell you, right? That's basically what they've been saying now for 2 years. But when Putin talks about this Nazi government in Ukraine, they're talking about this exact process of rehabilitating these exact figures. Again, Stepan Bandera, as much as they try to do this kind of like judo move to try and separate this, Bandera is completely inseparable from this vision of Ukrainian nationalism that has been being promoted now for 10 years since the Euromaidan incident. This is what Russia's been talking about. They're promoting a version of history, and they're rehabilitating these anti-Soviet partisans that fought and killed Russians, and also were part of the SS and killed Russians during World War II, as well as helping carry out the Holocaust and being part of the SS. That's what they're talking about. So you don't have to like Putin or the Russian government. And as I'll say again, there's a lot of things that the Russian government does that I find absolutely grotesque. This is a real problem, though. This has been what this nationalist Ukraine movement has been about promoting. Rehabilitating these exact people that we're honoring in our parliament. And they have been saying this now for 10 years. We're threatened by this. We're threatened by the fact that you did a coup in our next door neighbor and you have been promoting and supporting these people. And you've now been pumping weapons into this region to these exact people. You've been arming, and the CIA has been arming and training these militias for 10 years. And they've said time and time again, we're threatened by this. This is a security concern to us. This is our former biggest ally. For many people, this is like part of our nation and part of our culture. Many people in Ukraine are ethnically Russian and speak Russian. They've been saying for years, this is a threat to us. They've not been shy about saying this, right? And this is how they're framing it, right? This is giving them a gift. This is a gift to their propaganda. Like, their propaganda is literally just pointing out true things in this case. And you don't have to like Putin or the Russian government. You don't even have to think that Putin or the current makeup of the Russian government have the kind of credibility to be carrying on this kind of like denazification process. Or you might think that there's more to it going on than that. That's fine. But like, it's not just Russian propaganda to talk about what has been happening here in terms of the rehabilitation of these anti-Soviet, anti-Russian nationalists in both Ukraine and elsewhere through the Warsaw Pact countries. This has been going on for a while. So that's it. You don't have to like them to also acknowledge that this is a problem, and that by helping this process, by helping install that government, by arming and funding and training these militias, which we've done, that's not Russian propaganda either. There is plenty of mainstream reporting that has documented this. The CIA and Canadian intelligence and British intelligence have been arming and training these right-wing nationalist groups. We got fucking video footage of John McCain and Lindsey Graham and Amy Klobuchar talking to these people in 2016 saying, kill the Russians. We'll give you whatever you need. Just kill Russians. Right? That's not Russian propaganda. That's just simple, observable fact about what has been going on in this region. So that's how this is being framed, right? Oh, it's just a little mistake, and we've given Putin this propaganda gift by this. No, it's like we've been proving that what they're saying has merit and has truth to it, no matter what you think about Putin or the Russians. We're proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that the accusations they have been making about the rehabilitation of fascism in Ukraine and elsewhere are 100% founded in real concerns, real legitimate concerns. Excuse me just one sec. Just had a text there. Anyone have a link to this Trudeau statement? Yes. Sorry, Dr. Maggot. I'll get that to you right now. Unbelievable, though. I thought the Chuds were just being hyperbolic when they called Trudeau a fascist. Well, here's the thing that I've been saying, Matt, is that as much as like this has been picked up by right-wing media big time. Like all the big right-wing media influencers are using this to promote their agenda about like Trudeau, Hitler, you know? Trudeau is like the worst. Which is funny because they simultaneously call him a communist, but now they're also saying that he's a fascist sympathizer as well. He's a Nazi commie. He's one of those very deadly Nazi commies, Trudeau. But this is the point that I've been making, though, is that this is not partisan. This is not a partisan thing. We need to talk about the role that Trudeau and especially Chrystia Freeland have played in this, but this has been bipartisan. This has been bipartisan. We all saw everyone in Parliament was up applauding this fucking guy, despite the introduction that he got. But remember, it's not an isolated incident. Remember, we were joking about it. We were joking about it on Friday when we were watching this, how emotional Chrystia Freeland was getting, right? How emotional, because this is her whole life's work, is to promote this kind of specific version of Ukrainian identity. Anti-Soviet, nationalist. There's this whole sentiment for people in the Ukrainian diaspora. There's a really interesting quote from Michael Ignatieff's book where he talks about Chrystia Freeland and her feelings about this. We've looked at it on the stream before, but where she talks about how it's people in the Ukrainian diaspora were like the real Ukrainians, and the people that actually lived there were like cynical and Soviet sympathizing and believed in socialism and that kind of stuff. And there's been this goal of kind of replacing that. replacing the kind of what we think of as like a version of Ukrainian nationalism, replace it with that like heavily diasporic influenced nationalist, anti-Russian, anti-Soviet identity, right? That's what she's been working on for her whole career, and what her Nazi grandpa was working on as well. So we don't think she knows that history. We saw her clapping when this guy was introduced. She heard the same introduction that we heard. We don't think she knows this history. She knows it. And again, like we're talking about, this is not an isolated incident. Remember this? This was March 4th, 2022, and this was first starting out. Here's the tweet. I think it's been deleted. Remember how at those early, especially early on in those pro-Ukraine protests, every single protest, you see the black and red flag. Again, I'm going to keep saying it over and over and over again. I hope people don't get tired of it. Again, this is not an isolated incident. It's not about this one guy. It's not about this little mistake that happened in Parliament. The UPA flag, the black and red flag, that's a Bandera thing. That the black and red flag that we saw at every single one of these protests is a reference to the UPA, is a reference to Bandera, is part of this project of rehabilitating these exact people, these pro-Ukrainian nationalist, anti-Russian, anti-Soviet people that helped carry out the Holocaust. We don't think Chrystia Freeland knows that history. We stand united. We stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. And there she is with the Slava Ukraini black and red scarf. We don't think she knows what that means. Really? It's her favorite part of history. Exactly. Like we were joking about this on Friday when we were watching her reaction to these speeches. And she deleted this because of the same criticism. And again, it's just been a nonstop stream of this for a year and a half now. It's the UPA flags. It's the images of Bandera behind the public officials. It's the Sonnenrad and the SS symbol. Every single time we see images from the front coming back. Every fucking time. And as much as they want to pretend that that's Russian propaganda, and again, when the whole story about Chrystia Freeland's Nazi grandpa started coming out, she said the same thing, Russian propaganda. Oh, that's all just Russian propaganda. We have to start acknowledging this. And it doesn't mean that you like Putin or think it's good. I think everything the Russian government does is good. To acknowledge that there's a very real phenomenon here going on. And when they talk about denazification of Ukraine, they talk about the Nazi government of Ukraine. That's what they're talking about. And it's not just Russian propaganda. They're pointing out a very real historical trend here. Let's this guy, okay. This guy, Ivan Kanchanovsky, went really viral with this tweet as well, to actually go into the history of this guy. Even Hillary's hopping back on the Russian propaganda train. That's right. That's right. And we see now, especially, and again, this is one thing that I think I missed when it was going on. We see now how insidious the whole Russiagate narrative was because it was like, it was setting the table for this. It was like getting people ideologically prepped, liberals in general. Remember, I really remember this in the 2012 debates with Romney and Obama. And Romney said, Russia's our biggest threat. And he got laughed out of the debate. All the pundits were saying, oh, Romney thinks it's still the Cold War. He's talking about Russia as their greatest enemy. 2016 was the beginning of this massive psyop to get people ideologically prepped for this ongoing effort to promote this version of history. I'm just gonna get a brief. I'm really like hooting and hollering, and I'm on one here. So I'm just gonna get something to drink well before I get into this this thread here. I'll be right back though. Russia just didn't want neoliberal style capitalism, and that was enough for them to start planning balkanization. It's hilariously, I don't even think that it's that, even though that's a good point, Kev. I don't even think it's that though, because Russia was on board with this. Like, this has been one of the weird things to me, is this whole like Putler thing is like, where the fuck do you think Putin came from? Who do you think put him there in the first place? Like, they wanted to be allies. They sold out the Soviet Union, and Putin and his buddies capitalized on it, which is grotesque and disgusting. They wanted to be part of this global economic system, but we just hate Russians so much, our ruling class, we were like, no, you can't, you're not allowed. You're not allowed, actually. Like, they gave up on socialism. They privatized their whole economy, and that's where these oligarchs came from. As again, it's like Putin, where do these Russian oligarchs come from? They came from this exact process of privatizing all these resources. That's exactly where they came from. And Putin was one of these guys. That's the hilarious, well, it's not hilarious, it's fucked up. It's kind of hilarious because of how stupid it is, but they wanted to be part of this global neoliberal system as long as they benefited from it. But we just, time and time again, said like, no, fuck you. Like, they wanted to be in NATO, and we were like, no, actually, we're going to keep expanding NATO, even though you have given up on your whole economic system and endured this decade of complete humiliation, which destroyed millions of people's lives in Russia. We've looked at the clips before of like little kids that are drug addicted and involved in sex trafficking in those immediately post-Soviet years. Like, horrendous. They endured all that so they could be part of that system, and we said, no, you're not allowed. You can't be in NATO. In fact, we're going to continue expanding right up to your borders, despite all that. So it's not even that. It's not even that they didn't want neoliberal economics. Russian people didn't, but the Russian ruling class were on board with this, but we continued to just give them the middle finger over and over and over again until they eventually said, all right, well, fuck you. You know? We're going to start doing our own thing then. We're not going to, if that's how you're going to treat us, we're going to start acting as a counter to that kind of Western hegemony again. And that's what they've been doing. We pushed them into that direction. That's the funniest thing. Folks, if you don't mind, I would like to take just like a brief moment to... I'm here because I'm seeing Canadian liberals post such disturbing Holocaust denialism online today that I genuinely need you all to talk me through all this. I would like to just take a brief moment, because G Cluffy, I've been hooting and hollering now for about an hour and 15 minutes about this. I just wanted to take like 3 minutes to sit here and enjoy my beverage. I need a few grapes before we continued. Maybe I'll just put on a video. Like, we can see the way, let's look at the way that Canadian media is talking about this story. Okay, how about that? That's something we can do. I can just rest my voice for a few moments. Let's look at our media.
Good evening,
again,
a high profile.
And we forced our media to comment on this. We turned this into a big scandal, which is something that I think is pretty great.
Good evening. A high-profile federal politician is trying to make amends tonight after several advocacy groups demanded
It's not just one guy. Don't let them do this.
Anthony Rota praised a Ukrainian veteran in parliament who served in a Nazi unit during the Second World War. It comes on the same day Canada's Jewish population is
This is
marking
not a little
Yom
mistake.
Kippur,
It's not just one
considered the
guy. Do not
holiest
let
day
them
of
do
the
this.
year. CTV's Kevin Gallagher reports.
There were multiple standing ovations to celebrate Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's address to Parliament Friday. But one applause after House of Commons Speaker
They're trying to
Anthony
blame
Rota
just one guy.
introduced a Ukrainian Second World War veteran from his riding is being condemned.
And continues to support the troops today, even at his age.
You
of
missed.
98.
They didn't play the beginning. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is what they're trying to do right now. They're trying to just make this about the speaker. Oh, he just fucked up. He just fucked up. And we just didn't know. All the people in the Liberal Party, the Conservative Party, the NDP, all those people that were there applauding. Oh, we just didn't know. This one guy just didn't do his due diligence here. Do not let them do this. Again, before we even move on, let's look at the actual introduction. Just so we're not getting, let's not let this gaslighting continue without correcting the record in real time here. Because they skipped the actual part of the introduction in their news clip so they can promote this narrative that this was just, oh, this one guy made a mistake. Listen to the introduction again. The full remarks.
We have here in the chamber today Ukrainian Canadian world veteran from the Second World War who fought the Ukrainian independence against the Russians and continues to support the troops today.
And that's, see, they skipped that part.
Age of 98.
You, the Canadian media, I see what you're up to. You tricky motherfuckers. You slippery motherfuckers. They really tried it. They really tried it. They're cutting into my grape time. I can't. I'm really just on one today. They cut out that part of the intro. They were all in the chamber. They all heard the introduction. This is not fucking complicated. This is not partisan. This is not a mistake. This is not one little thing that happened. Oh, we just didn't vet this guy. He says it. Fighting the Russians during World War II. And continues to support the troops today. really just spelling it out for us. Like, couldn't be spelling it out for us even more. And they're trying to turn it into, oh, you made this mistake. Fuck that.
The man being honored is Yaroslav Hunka, now identified as a veteran of a Nazi SS division.
He openly
Now
stated
identified.
that he joined this division voluntarily in 1943.
Ivan Kachinovsky is a Ukrainian war history expert. He was tipped off that Hunka served in the 1st Ukrainian Division, also known as the 14th Waffen Grenadier SS Division, commanded by the Nazis. The University of Ottawa professor even found these photos of Hunka serving in his volunteer unit on a website dedicated to the SS
unit.
Galicia veterans.
That members of this division were involved in
Also important
massacres,
context.
mass murder of Jews, of Poles, and Ukrainians.
The Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs was deeply troubled and disturbed by the standing ovation, and the CEO of B'nai B'rith says it is beyond outrageous that Parliament has honored a former member of a Nazi unit this way. Hunka, seen at this Ukrainian rally last year, is from Rota's riding. The speaker says it was his decision alone to invite the SS veteran. Today, issuing his deepest apologies to Jewish communities in Canada and around the world. Vladimir Putin has falsely defended his invasion of Ukraine as a way to denazify the country.
Are you hearing this? How can you talk about this? Seriously, how? Seriously, how can you talk about this? You go from one story right into Putin has falsely claimed. Like, do you see what's going on here? Do people see what's going on here? How? How do you hold these two ideas in your mind? You just finished talking about how we're honoring this Ukrainian Nazi member who helped carry out the Holocaust. You're showing him at Ukraine rallies as part of this conflict. You're saying you continue to support the troops today. You're making a direct ideological link between that anti-Soviet Ukrainian nationalism and what is happening in Ukraine currently. Cut right to Putin has falsely claimed that there's this connection between Nazis and Ukraine. Seriously, this is like you talk about Orwell and doublethink. Like we've talked about, plenty to criticize Orwell about, who was an anti-communist himself. There's no greater example of these Orwellian concepts of doublethink and revisionist history and erasing history than what we're going through right now, what we're experiencing right now. This is wild to me. Pretty problematic of you not to respect the victims of the evil communists. Then, I really appreciate that you're part of a movement right now that I consider myself a part of here, and we're drawing a line in the sand here about our version of history that we're going to continue to defend and uphold, and not allowing this kind of revisionism to take place, no matter how insane people make us feel for continuing to hold these beliefs about the USSR. This is truly amazing to me, though. Again, we invite this Nazi into our parliament. We're making the link between his struggle killing Russians during World War II alongside his Nazi friends, connecting it explicitly. He continues to support the troops today, continuing it explicitly talking about this tradition and connecting this fascist legacy with the current situation in Ukraine. And you pivot right to Putin saying Putin falsely claims that there's this history of Nazism. That to me is insane. Honestly, that to me is incredible. I've literally been getting death and rape threats all week from certain persons' fans because I said that double genocide theory is Holocaust denial. This is what I was talking about earlier, Benny. How in the past, double genocide theory was widely recognized as Holocaust revisionism. This was not controversial in any way. And there's been this slow process over the generations to not only promote double genocide theory, which is now just widely accepted on a bipartisan basis as being the real version of history. Again, which at one point was widely considered to be Holocaust denialism. Now that's replaced our version of history. Now we support this. All our entire ruling class supports this idea of double genocide theory. And where we're going is the lesser evil theory. That's where we're going. And we're already seeing bits of that, but we're going there eventually. Where, the Nazis were bad, but they were really not as bad as the Soviets because, they were longer. They were doing all just the same Nazi stuff, but for even longer. And Stalin killed even more people than Hitler and all this stuff. That's where we're going. We're not quite there yet. And obviously the fact that this turned into a big scandal is evidence that we're not quite there yet. But this is where we're going. This complete rewriting of history, this total revisionist version of history. And that's what I was saying, Benny, is that I appreciate that however hard it is to continue to holding on to this version of history and promoting it, we got to keep doing it. No matter what opportunistic fucking scumbags change their whole ideology and start trying to build clout or build a media career off this kind of stuff. They haven't made a black book of Nazism or colonialism. That's right. Because that's another important part of this as well, right? Not only did Canada and the US absorb the Nazis afterwards, we also taught the Nazis everything that they knew. You could only even describe our nations as being anti-fascist from basically between that period of 1939 onward for a few years. We taught the Nazis everything that they knew. They looked at the genocide of indigenous peoples and thought it was wonderful. They looked at Jim Crow era America and was like, this is great. We want to do this. We directly inspired them in the first place, in addition to then absorbing their ideology afterwards. I'm from the first wave Jewish Ukrainian diaspora. I will never give in to this revisionism, and I'm happy to hear that. And I know that there's people that are part of these diasporic communities, even like the Ukrainian diaspora. I don't think people are condemned to, even if they're part of that community, condemned to sort of like believe this shit forever. And people also are not responsible for the horrible sins that their ancestors committed either, as well. But I mean, because like that exact characteristic of those kind of first wave Jewish diaspora, that it was socialist leaning, that was, you know, that promoted this idea. That's exactly what contributed to so much anti-Semitism in the first place. That was the whole Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy, right? That's exactly like this one of the main reasons that our society was so deeply anti-Semitic in the first place. Anyway, to go back to this clip though, I really think it's incredible. The switch that they went from Nazi in Parliament standing ovation, still supports the troops to this day, to immediately afterwards, next sentence, Putin falsely claims that there's this legacy of Nazism. I'm sorry, but you can't hold these two thoughts in your mind. He's not falsely claiming there's a history of Nazism when we're having Nazis come into our parliament to support this ongoing proxy war. We've proved over and over again, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that there's truth to these claims about fascists and Nazis in Ukraine and the Nazi government. Over the last 2 years, whatever you want to say about Russia or Putin, over the last 2 years, it's become more and more clear every day that there is truth to that claim. Yeah, it feels like the Russian propaganda mind control stuff has shades of the Judeo-Bolshevism myth. Yeah, it's just mutated a little bit. It's just mutated a bit. But you see how Russian people have taken on almost this like mythic quality, characteristics. You see it as well with Chinese and Chinese people as well, or people in DPRK. They're just like inherently ethnically duplicitous and warlike, you know? The orcs and that kind of stuff. This clip is amazing, though. I want to hear this one more time. I got to hear this one more time.
Alone to invite the SS veteran. Today, issuing his deepest apologies to Jewish communities in Canada and around the world. Vladimir Putin has falsely defended his invasion of Ukraine as a way to denazify the country. Some fear this scandal will spark more disinformation.
Will this...
How is it disinformation? We're acknowledging that there's truth to it by the very nature of talking about this. Really? Like, can someone explain that to me?
More Russian propaganda?
Yes, I think in Russia, I think it will be presented as basically as Zelensky and even Canadian government supporting Nazis again in Ukraine. But this is not based on reality.
Opposition leaders question where the vetting process went wrong.
The vetting process.
Pierre Poilievre blamed Justin Trudeau, whose personal protocol office is responsible for arranging and vetting all guests and programming for state affairs of this kind, while NDP leader Jagmeet Singh says his party will be raising our concerns about how this was allowed to happen with the government directly.
In a statement, the Prime...
It's going to be really important that all of us push back against Russian propaganda, Russian disinformation, and continue our steadfast,
these motherfuckers, they're really trying
support
this.
for Ukraine, as we did last week with announcing further measures to stand with Ukraine in Russia's illegal war against it. Je pense que c'est clair que c'est inacceptable que ce soit passé.
What happened? The Speaker of the House, he apologized, he was responsible, but goes without saying that it is profoundly embarrassing for Canada's Parliament and by extension for all Canadians. I'm thinking specifically of the Jewish parliamentarians, but also the whole of the Jewish community throughout the country who are
Zelensky knew.
commemorating Yom
Zelensky's
Kippur
not,
today.
what, he's not a fucking idiot?
The important thing here is
They knew.
Continue
he and
staying
Zelensky
firm
met with this guy
against
after the
propaganda
meeting,
and Russian
after the
disinformation,
after the speech,
all the while staying steadfastly supportive of Ukraine in this illegal war, like we announced with different measures yesterday.
All right, so listening just a bit there to the Prime Minister, calling it deeply embarrassing over what happened. So the leader of Ukraine visiting Canada, he's there in Parliament. The Speaker stands up and addresses somebody in the Speaker's gallery, someone who had a World War II experience, had worked and served in a unit that was tied to the Nazis. Of course, Anthony
not tied to the
know
Nazis,
that,
they're SS division.
But nevertheless,
volunteer.
The mistake has been made. He has apologized, taken responsibility for it.
Let's just move on. He's apologized. He's taking responsibility. Let's just move on from this, okay? Let's just move on from this. It's water under the bridge. Let's go back to what's really important, which is funding Ukraine, pumping arms into Ukraine to these exact people. The very people that are carrying on this exact ideological legacy. The most important thing is that we don't give into this kind of Russian propaganda. Just continue giving weapons to these people.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Hello, Majority Report. Hello, what's up? How's it going? Thank you for joining us, Raiders. I appreciate it. Get in, Raiders. Hello, I'm Rob. It's nice to see you. It's nice to see you. How's it going? We're just talking about this big story that you might have heard of about Canadian Parliament inviting in this Nazi, former SS member, and recognizing and giving a nice big bipartisan standing ovation in our Parliament right before this speech that Trudeau gave and Zelensky gave. And they're trying to, as we've been talking about. Isn't Owen in jail? I don't know. I know he got indicted, I think, for his role in January 6th. I don't know if he's in jail or if he's working something out. I'm not sure. So this is what we've been talking about today. And what they're trying to do right now is paint this as being some kind of like little fuck up. Oh, we just made a little mistake. We made a little mistake. We didn't vet this guy enough. We didn't Google this guy enough. But again, if you missed this clip, folks, I'll look at it one more time. I think this is really important to really look at this. Okay? Here's the words that were said in our Parliament. And again, this is being framed as some kind of like little mistake. Oh, we just didn't know. And all the people were all clapping for it and they were all applauding and they thought it was wonderful. And now they're all like, what? What? We're so shocked. We had no idea.
You can count on
Listen
me
to
and
how
have
this
good
person was
old Rob
introduced.
to talk you through all this.
Ninja Can, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that very much, Ninja Can. Thank you. Zelensky was undoubtedly fully aware of what fighting the Russians in World War II means, and he didn't think to say anything. Of course. Obviously. Zelensky knew, and of course Chrystia Freeland knew as well. Obviously. And I'm just pushing back on this absurd notion that this is some kind of mistake that happened, or that it was just the speaker's fault, or they just didn't Google this guy enough. Listen to the words, okay? Listen very carefully to this introduction.
We have here in the chamber today Ukrainian Canadian world veteran from the Second World War who fought the Ukrainian independence against the Russians and continues to support the troops today.
And continues to support the troops today.
At his age of 98.
What more do you need here? Like, give me a fucking break. This is not a mistake. Oh, the speaker just made a mistake. We just didn't vet this guy.
His name
So, like, we got to really push back on this idea that this was some isolated incident or mistake, or one guy made a mistake. That's not what happened. Every single person in that room understands basic historical facts about World War II. And certainly, if the people in our parliament are actually that stupid that they don't understand this, Zelensky certainly knew, and so did Chrystia Freeland. They know very well what this history is. And it's pretty fucking clear. And this is my point. And I know not everyone has agreed with this. My stance about Russia and Ukraine has pissed off a lot of people over the last year and a half, because I've been talking about this. Because I have not ever been comfortable arming and training and funding these people. And when I say these people, I'm talking about Ukrainian nationalists who are part of this long-standing project to whitewash this exact history. The Banderites, right? These are the Ukrainian nationalists that we've been arming and funding and training for the last 10 years. And I think that has been not good to do that. I know some people disagree. Some people disagree. Even people that I like and respect and admire a whole lot seem to disagree with that. Or they seem to suggest that when Russia talks about this Nazi government in Ukraine, that that's some kind of lie, or it's not true, or it's disinformatia or propaganda. But all of this stuff, there's a lot of evidence now that's come over the last year and a half, and this is the most recent example of this. All of this has proven that there's elements of truth to that. Whether you like Putin or whatever your feelings are about Putin and Russia, doesn't matter. It's been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that there's elements of truth to these claims about Nazis in the Ukrainian government. And this is just the latest example. Again, Zelensky, of course, knew exactly who this guy was, as did Chrystia Freeland. And again, every single person in that room heard the same introduction that we all did. He fought for Ukrainian independence against the Russians during World War II. While, 7 million Ukrainians were busy fighting in the Red Army, fighting the actual Nazis. These are the people that were continuing to uphold and defend and whitewash. And I'll keep saying again, it's absolutely insulting to the Ukrainians who died in World War II fighting fascism alongside Canadians, alongside Americans, alongside the British, alongside the Russians. Everyone that was involved with that were fighting the Nazis during World War II, when we engage in this kind of a revisionism, which is what's been going on over the last year and a half, we piss on their entire legacy. That incredible legacy of bravery and sacrifice. And this is kind of what I've been talking about today. I'm trying to draw the link between this incident and trying to point out that we're not just talking about Canada right now. We're not just talking about Canada and Ukraine. That's a piece of the puzzle, but it's not just about that. It's not a partisan thing. It's not about the Republicans and Democrats or the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party. There is something bigger going on, which is a gradual, generations-long project to revise history and to whitewash the fact that we absorbed a lot of this Nazi ideology into our society. Like I pointed out on Twitter, right? It's not just about this one guy. I'm going to keep repeating this so people really understand this. It's not just about this one guy. Why do we have... Oh, the speaker made a mistake. Wouldn't you know it? Golly gee whiz. The speaker just made a little mistake. Here's this Ottawa Citizen article from 2020. Graffiti on monument commemorating Nazi SS division being investigated as a hate crime by police. This Nazi SS division, i.e. literally the exact same people as this guy that's in our parliament that caused this big scandal. Why do we have monuments in this country to Nazi SS divisions. Really ask yourself. And if you understand this, can you really look at what Putin says or what Russia says about Ukraine, or about the Nazi government, and say like, oh, there's just no truth to it? Oh, he falsely claims that there's some element of Nazism. Right? This is a society. We're really surprised that we're inviting former SS members into our parliament to give them the big round of applause. We have monuments to these people in our country. Is that just a little mistake that someone made? Did we just not Google? We just didn't Google this one guy? Or is there something bigger going on here? Here's this thread from Ivan Kachanovsky. I think it was the same guy from that news segment, although he seemed like it was really heavily edited. These are photos of SS Galicia Division veteran who was given standing ovation by the Canadian Parliament, Prime Minister of Canada, and President of Ukraine. He published these photos of himself in this division during training in Germany. He's standing in the middle in first photo, second on the left in second photo, and without helmet, near machine gun in third photo. Yeah, and as much as people are trying to, again, whitewash this and be like, well, people had no choice. People just had no choice. David Pugley is the only Canadian journalist worthy of respect. Certainly the only Canadian journalist that's working like within mainstream media, absolutely, when it comes to this subject. I'm just surprised he still has a job, frankly. People just didn't have a choice. They had to choose. They were in this impossible position between choosing between Stalin and Hitler. These people were not conscripted into the SS. This is a volunteer army. They volunteered. They volunteered to be part of the SS, and this particular division of the SS helped carry out huge, grotesque atrocities during this period. Killed hundreds of thousands of people. Polish people, Jewish people, and other targets of the Nazis. This guy said it was the best time of his life in his own blog. I don't doubt it. And look at Christia. Look at Vladimir Zelensky. We really don't think they knew. Oh, the speaker made a mistake. Oh, wouldn't you know it? Oh, shucks. Oh, shucks. The speaker just made a mistake and didn't vet this guy properly. They know. They know exactly what is going on here. It's either that or they're stupid. So either way, neither of is an acceptable excuse. They either are knowingly participating in this whitewashing of history and this rehabilitation of these Nazi figures, or they're just unimaginably stupid. You know? I don't know. Neither of these explanations is acceptable, though. Thousands and thousands of Ukrainians chose death over collaborating. They had to choose becoming a Nazi or else they would die, is them admitting they would be collaborators. Yeah, and millions of Ukrainians. Again, 7 million Ukrainians fought in the Red Army alongside the Russians, alongside Canada and the US. Correctly and bravely and heroically. That's the legacy we should be promoting and upholding and respecting instead of shoveling dirt on it and rehabilitating and whitewashing these absolute fucking monsters. He wrote that he volunteered to join SS Galicia Division in 1943 in Ternopil region in western Ukraine. Is this still there? Yeah, it is. He wrote this shit himself. Yaroslav Hunka. My generation was united by two great forces, faith in God and love for Ukraine. We grew up in the glorious and proud land of Berezansk. We trampled this land with our bare feet and breathed into our souls and hearts its magical aromas, and our eyes forever recorded the beauty of the cities, villages, and landscapes of our native land. on memory tapes. My peer-reviewed journal article concerning involvement of SS Galicia Division members in mass murder of Poles, Jews, and Ukrainians in Ukraine and Poland, including mass executions of about 100 Jews, Poles, and Ukrainians in my high school in Pidaitsky near Lutsk. And I'll give you there's a ton of information in this thread. I'll put the link in the chat right now. The nationalist perspective ignores or denies involvement of the SS Galicia Division in the mass murder. For example, Galician regiments, before majority of their members formally joined the SS Galicia Division and minority joined the UPA in 1944, massacred close to 1,000 Poles in Huta Peniacka with assistance of a UPA unit, and they participated in other massacres of Polish civilians. The 31 SMDS Battalion, or the Ukrainian Legion of Self-Defense, which was organized by local leaders of the Melnik faction of the OUN and SIPO and SD in Volhynia in the end of 1943 on the basis of OUN units, created to a large extent from the local police, had a similar record before it was mostly incorporated into the SS Galicia Division in March 45. Significant numbers of its commanders and members were incorporated into the UPA before they enlisted in the 31 SMDS Battalion or joined the UPA while serving in this formation. The 31st Battalion units and detachments, which comprised most or significant parts of its servicemen, are implicated by different sources in numerous mass killings, often conducted under a pretext of anti-partisan actions. They included mass executions and other similar massacres of Ukrainians and Jews in Pidaitsky and Ustluch, and Poles in Edwardopol, Korczynki, America, Smoligao, Laskau, Chlaniau, and Władysławen, and participation in the suppression of the Warsaw Uprising in 1944. Local residents' archival documents and the fact of an urgent redeployment of this unit from the Kremenets area to the village of Pidaitsky near Lutsk a day before a massacre there indicates its likely involvement in killing 20 Ukrainian residents of Pidaitsky, half of whom were children, on December 3rd, 1943. The same sources indicate that its units executed close to 200 Lutsk prisoners and Jews in Pidaitsky in January 44. APCBC. A top commander of a Nazi SS-led unit accused of burning villages filled with women and children lied to American immigration officials to get into the United States and has been living in Minnesota since shortly after the Second World War, according to evidence uncovered by the AP. Officer and founding member of the SS-led Ukrainian Self-Defense Legion and later as an officer in the SS Galician Division, according to records obtained by the AP through the Freedom of Information Act request. The Galician Division and a Ukrainian nationalist organization he served in were both on a secret American government blacklist of organizations whose members were forbidden from entering the United States at that time. As this is truly unbelievable, the SS Galicia Division veteran was also called by Canadian Parliament Speaker Ukrainian hero and Canadian hero and thanked for his service. Did anyone in Parliament or Zelensky realize that he served in the Waffen-SS Division? Again, we all heard the same introduction. We all heard the words. It's completely unambiguous. Zelensky joins Canadians' Parliament ovation to 98-year-old veteran who fought with Nazis. The man was part of SS Galiciana, a unit whose history has been whitewashed by veterans groups in the West. The Canadian Parliament gave a standing ovation on Friday to a 98-year-old immigrant from Ukraine who fought in a Third Reich military formation accused of war crimes. And now all the backlash. Didn't even Zelensky's grandparents fight against this guy? Yeah, I believe so. That's really the amazing thing about Zelensky as a figure. Is that he's almost been forced or recruited into this, like, into basically the PR arm of rehabilitating this exact fascist legacy that his family once fought against. And like we've talked about many times, people point out how popular Zelensky was when he was elected. That was including in the eastern regions, was because he was saying, I'm going to stop this war and it's going to stop this conflict. I have family from these regions. I know these people. He speaks Russian. You know, this is exactly why he was popular. But as I've talked about, I don't think it's really an option. And the Panama account's bulging, though. That is true as well. So you see why he's been coerced to come over to this side in a way. But again, he doesn't have the option. You know, that's his job, is to be the PR frontman for this version of Ukrainian nationalism and to be the PR frontman for this war and the nonstop arms supply. And he doesn't have any other option in that, because the moment that he stops doing that job, he'll be gone. He's going to get couped or assassinated or overthrown the moment that he deviates from this, because that's his whole role right now. I wanted to look at this too. Let me just see if I got something really cool to look at. Let me just see. I got so many tabs open and different shit going on here. Give me a moment here. Okay, check this out. This is fascinating. So, some of the people that I'm connected to that do this, that talk about this, uncovered this paper here. This Commission of Inquiry on War Criminals. This was commissioned in '86. So this was commissioned under Mulroney to investigate this exact subject. My money's on the media turning on him in like 3 years. No, I mean, that's what we've been talking about, right, Johnny? Like, we talked about how it almost feels like his destiny is to become like a Noriega or a Gaddafi or a Saddam Hussein, you know, who at once was this Western ally who was dutifully carrying out Western proxy wars and then eventually became an enemy, you know? And all this kind of stuff about all the hagiography and the magazine covers and the speeches and the big applause, it's all going to look hilarious in a couple years when that narrative has been shifted. And just watch the people that have gone along with this are just going to go, it's not going, without missing a step, are all going to go along with this. All these people that have been explicitly part of this, promoting this conflict and promoting Zelensky as this heroic freedom fighter, every single one of these people are going to, on a dime, as soon as they get the MK Ultra signal, are going to immediately shift into whatever comes next without missing a beat, without having any sense of like shame or wanting to interrogate maybe the things that they've been talking about or promoting. But look at this. There's a couple of interesting things in here. This Commission of Inquiry on War Criminals. So this was commissioned under Brian Mulroney in '86. Definition. For purposes of this report, the commission defines, quote, war criminals as follows. All persons, whatever their past or present nationality, currently resident in Canada and allegedly responsible for crimes against peace, war crimes, or crimes against humanity related to the activities of Nazi Germany and committed between September 39 and May 1945. The Commission's findings and recommendations are so closely intertwined that the Commission has not felt it desirable to separate them into two categories. Recommendations bearing on amendments to the law are, however, stated in bold characters. Each number in brackets at the end of a paragraph shows corresponding page on the body of the report. Shortly after World War II, trials were held in Europe for crimes committed against members of the Canadian Armed Forces. 4 trials involving 7 accused were held by the Canadian Forces. At least 6 other trials involving 28 accused were held by the British Forces on behalf of Canada. In 1948, a stop was put to war crimes trials as a result of a secret suggestion made by the United Kingdom to 7 dominions, to which responded that it had no comment to make. 3. The matter of war crimes officially lay dormant in Canada for a third of a century when it was reactivated mainly at the initiative of then Solicitor General Honorable Robert P. Kaplan. Canadian policy on war crimes during that long period were not worse than that of several Western countries, which displayed an equal lack of interest. 5. In order not to thwart lawful investigations by commissions of inquiry or the RCMP or investigative bodies specified in the regulations, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's kind of technical stuff. Okay, there's way more. That's just the beginning. This goes on for pages and pages and pages, all these opening caveats. But I wanted to skip ahead to the point that I found very, very interesting here, because it references specifically what we're talking about here, right? So this is later on in this report, and I'll link this report if you want to look at it. It's very long and detailed. Here's the part of the report about this specific subjects, though. It is obvious that the list of 217 officers of the Galicia Division furnished by Mr. Wiesenthal was nearly totally useless and put the Canadian government through the RCMP and this commission to a considerable amount of purposeless work. That additional information be long in coming may not be surprising under those circumstances. As a result, evidence of participation in war crimes has remained elusive. As to evidence of knowledge, it is of course more difficult to proffer. Participation is a physical fact liable to have been witnessed. Knowledge is a state of mind which, if not admitted, must be inferred. This was indeed the way which the Nuremberg Tribunal adopted with respect to the SS organization en bloc. Its criminal programs were so widespread and involved slaughter on such a gigantic scale that its criminal activities must have been widely known. Here's the key part of this document, though. To draw such an inference with respect to each individual member of the Galicia Division is a much more difficult process, especially since it is acknowledged that the division was used only in combat on the Eastern Front from the middle of 1944. Right? They were only fighting on the Eastern Front, so it's not like they were committing crimes against anyone that really matters. That's the unsaid sentiment there. These guys were only fighting on the Eastern Front, so that's the big caveat that kind of allows them to escape culpability for being part of these serious crimes. Yeah, they're only taking out non-humans, so it's fine. Let's see what else I have. I'm running out of steam a little tiny bit. I may have to take a little break in a bit. No, I got to look at a few more things though, because this is actually amazing. Because I did a tweet about this, which went very viral this weekend, about this very thing. And like this tweet was a joke, but I found a major example of this exact phenomenon in the wild. This idea of like people, mostly liberals in 2017, like around the time of like Trump and Charlottesville, punch every Nazi you see. Remember these people? And they were correct to say so. Punch every Nazi you see. How they have this whole thing of like Republicans are Nazis, which a lot of elements of truth to that. To be clear, I'm not denying that. And the very same people in 2023 saying, well, just being in the Waffen-SS doesn't necessarily make someone a Nazi. And many were simply anti-Soviet nationalists. And like, this is what we're dealing with here. You know, a lot of the same people over the last 2 years have been like, no, of course we need to continue to send arms to these people. What do you mean Nazis? There's barely any of them. There's only a few. Gone Wrong, I hinted at it. I try to avoid getting into the real drama stuff. And especially naming specific names. I don't want to involve myself in any of that bullshit. Although I do support our friend Benny. I support, again, also Luna Oy, another friend of the show that's been targeted by some of these craven, cowardly opportunists and pathetic individuals. But of course I always stay above these things and I don't comment on these kind of nasty affairs. Anyway, that's the tweet. Punch every Nazi you see. In 2023, you're doing Nazi apologia. And like, it's kind of a joke, but like, it's also not. Look at this thread, which I'm amazed is still up, from this guy, Mike Gerald Gibbs. And he's got the pride flag in the bio. And this is what he says. Again, for Eastern Europeans, it wasn't that simple. If your options are Stalin or Hitler, you must choose to live under one of them. What would you pick? You'll pick the one who's less likely to murder you and your family. The answer depended on who you were. People did what they thought they had to do to stay alive. And again, we're talking about the SS Waffen division. They're volunteers. They're volunteers. Yeah, I agree, Kira. I agree. Stalin. No, I actually don't find that a hard thing to think about at all. It's interesting that people in the future are unclear about this. People did what they thought they had to do to stay alive. Again, these people were volunteers. They volunteered to join the SS. All historians worth their salt, and anyone old enough to learn about it from war survivors knows all people who served in the German military were Nazis is false. It's grotesque. It's Russian propaganda. And look at this. Mike Gerald Gibbs from 2017 didn't have that hard of a time figuring this out. From 2017, they're Nazis, white supremacists. If it sounds like a Nazi, salutes like a Nazi, and waves Nazi-style flags, it's a Nazi. Hashtag Charlottesville. He did the thing, like the exact thing that I was making fun of in that tweet. Like, this is what I wasn't exaggerating. Like, he did the exact thing. If it sounds like a Nazi, salutes like a Nazi, and waves Nazi-style flags, it's a Nazi. These very same people, just 5-6 short years ago, were saying, what was that saying? If you're at a table with, you got 12 people sitting at a table, and you got one Nazi at the table, that's a table with 12 Nazis. Remember that? Remember people like that would say these kinds of things? But all of a sudden, when we're talking about people who volunteered for the SS, now we got to have a bit of nuance. We got to have a little bit of nuance. Now, I'll sing happy birthday to your dog later. Okay? Not right now. I'm talking, this is important, okay? I'll send you my link to my Cameo account. Go through the proper channels for that kind of a request. They're Nazis, white supremacists. It sounds like a Nazi, salutes like a Nazi, waves Nazi-style flags. It's a Nazi, except though when it's people that volunteered for the SS, then we got to have the nuance. We got to really think about the nuance and think about all this Russian propaganda. Everyone knows all people who served in the German military were Nazis is false. Only 6 short years ago, Mike, only 6 short years ago, if it sounds like a Nazi, salutes like a Nazi, and waves Nazi-style flags, it is a Nazi. Lucid says, I believe that's the saying is we really need to be careful at who we call Nazis, because sometimes they were just fighting Stalin. Well, this is the whole thing, right? We introduced this guy in the Canadian Parliament. They're like, oh, this guy he was fighting Stalin during World War II. And we automatically are just like, yay, yay, thank you. People, don't question my commitment to Carl, please. Okay? I love Carl, and Carl knows that. I'm not going to have people question that. Anyway, I just thought that was amazing because that was the exact sentiment that I was kind of trying to make fun of there. And like I've been saying, it's been 2 years of this. It's been 2 years of this. And we still have on our media, Putin falsely claims that there's some issue with Nazism in Ukraine, even when we're acknowledging that we invited a Nazi into our parliament to give him a nice big standing ovation. We can't have, this is just another example of this, right? And there's been countless examples. Ex-Ukrainian president sports Nazi-associated patch. Like, he's the former president. He's wearing the Sonnenrad. What the fuck do people think is still going? What do people think is still going on here? Oh, Putin falsely claims there's this Nazi problem. Like, Zelensky official. From Zelensky's official account. Again, Zelensky's official account. Let's keep going. Jon Stewart and the Pentagon honor Ukrainian Nazi at Disney World. There he is. There's the Sonnenrad on the sleeve. Winning ultranationalist wore his sleeve over his left arm as he accepted the prize, presumably to cover up his tattoo of the Nazi Sonnenrad. The Azov Brigade just released images of themselves. This is September 20th. Just released images of themselves recreating photos of the Ukrainian insurgent army, infamous Holocaust collaborators who slaughtered 100,000 plus Jews and Poles. This is what Azov Battalion is doing right now, recreating all these classic photos. But again, important to point out as well, when we're talking about this Nazi problem in Ukraine, we're not just talking about Azov Battalion. This is what I'm trying to say. It's beyond that. It's about creating this specific, it's about promoting the specific version of Ukrainian nationalism. Anti-Soviet, anti-Russian, Ukrainian nationalist. You know? That's what this whole project has been about. It's been going on for a long time. It accelerated after the Euromaidan, and it's been accelerating for the last 10 years as we've been arming and funding and training these people. And no matter what you want to say about Russia, Russia's been saying it's a threat to us that you're arming and training and funding these people. We consider it a threat. Not only now is our next door neighbor, formerly our greatest ally, now like completely politically oriented against us with the West, but you're arming and training and funding these fascist militias. We consider that a threat. And they spent 10 years saying, we're threatened by this. Stop doing this. Stop doing this or something bad's going to happen. And like people that pay attention to geopolitics and foreign policy, like John Mearsheimer, were saying, Russia's going to wreck Ukraine if we keep doing this. Like, they were repeatedly saying this. And once again, as I've always fucking mentioned, I'm sorry if we keep talking about the same things over and over, but I guess it feels necessary when none of these basic lessons are being learned. But like we were talking about Azov, guys. We saw video footage of John McCain, Lindsey Graham, Amy Klobuchar hanging out with these guys in 2016 saying, like, we'll give you whatever weapons you want, just kill the Russians. Whatever you need, as long as you're killing the Russians. And Russia's saying, like, hey, that's a threat to our security. And what do we say? Well, yeah, that's what we say. We're sorry you feel that way as we continue doing the very same thing that they're telling us not to do. And this is kind of fundamentally what it comes down to. And people yell at me about this stuff. Like, oh, so that means you think it's okay. That means you think it's okay for Russia to go in and start killing people. And no, I don't think it's okay. I don't think any of it's okay. But what I do acknowledge is that we created that situation. You know, sure, they deserve blame for invading the country and killing people, but so do we. We created the situation. We kept pushing and pushing past those red lines that they were very clearly indicating were red lines until it got to this point. And that's why we all say, oh, there's the one-sided, illegal, unprovoked Russian invasion. Like, it's just nonsense. Did you look at Bill Kristol's ad? We can look at that, Matt, because I did bookmark it for this exact reason. This whole idea about a proxy war. How dare you say this is a proxy war? How dare you? And you have people are admitting it. NATO is admitting it. The heads of NATO, the Lindsey Grahams of the world, John McCain when he was still alive. John McCain admitted it. And now you have Bill Kristol being like, this is great. We're killing Russians, we're destabilizing Russia, and none of our troops are going. It's wonderful. That's a proxy war. You know, like what the fuck? Words have meanings. When you have powerful people in America, either media people or political figure being like, we're killing Russians and we're not losing any American lives to do it. It's great. That's a proxy war. Like, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Schiff said it in Congress as well, and it's totally bipartisan. Totally bipartisan. No, but let's keep looking at this, considering we're trying to talk about this issue in Parliament as if it's some isolated incident. Let's keep looking at it. How could we possibly have known? Let's not make this political. I hadn't actually watched this video. This is fucking shocking. Seriously. But this is what I keep saying, right, folks, is that we're not talking about a couple of yahoos in the military. Oh, don't every country. That's what the apologists say, right? The people that are like, the very people that were like, if it walks like a Nazi and looks like a Nazi, it's a Nazi. The very same people are like, this is just a couple of bad guys. This is a couple of bad apples. It's just a few yahoos running around. But it's not. First of all, it's significantly more than a few bad apples. But it's also an overall, this is what the whole nationalist project is about. Is about promoting these exact people. This exact version of history. This exact version of Ukrainian nationalism. Every country has Nazis. They're fucking unbelievable. Yeah, and what is the expression about a few bad apples? That's a good point. They never want to finish that sentence. Either when it comes to this or when it comes to cops.
В Украине появляется новый президент. Посмотрите. Артист, популярный, не бедный, талантливый человек. Вы в этом можете сами убедиться. Посмотрите, что он говорил до того, как стал президентом.
Здравствуйте, дядя Игорь, тетя Валя и дядя Саша. Вопреки вашим опасениям сообщаю, что живу я хорошо, пока живу. Дальше будет еще лучше, потому что уже 3 недели, как я принят в бандеровцы. А как иначе? Иначе у нас в Украине карьеры не сделать. Хотя что я вам рассказываю, вы и так все знаете. Зарплата у меня маленькая, но это не главное. Ведь нам разрешили отбирать деньги и имущество у русских. А раньше можно было и у евреев. Но потом пришел главный бандеровец Коломойский и запретил. Я, например, сейчас учу английский язык, чтобы забыть русский. В этом мне помогают американские наемники.
Oh, he's just making fun of the propaganda.
Которые у нас тут на каждом шагу. Знаете, я женился во 2-й раз. На Вадике. Для нас, европейцев, это нормально. Сегодня наш президент, самый главный, который у нас самый главный президент, Барак Обама, пообещал, что мы скоро вступим в НАТО. Пока, естественно, на правах американского прихвостня. Если есть возможность, друзья, вышлите, пожалуйста, мне книгу Гитлера «Майн кампф». А то у нас разметают.
This is a big joke.
Утром выхожу на балкон и начинаю делать зарядку. От сердца к солнцу, вот так. Ну все.
Just a big joke. Ten men dressed up as members of the Ku Klux Klan white supremacist group made a stunning appearance on the main thoroughfare in the Ukrainian capital of Kiev on Halloween. Zelensky holds court with Ukraine's most notorious neo-Nazi. Western media has dismissed evidence of neo-Nazi influence in Ukraine by citing President Zelensky's Jewish heritage, but new footage published by Zelensky shows the leader openly collaborating with a fascist ideologue who once pledged to lead the white races of the world in a final crusade against Semite-led Untermenschen. Zelensky uploaded that himself to his Telegram channel. Azov Battalion founder Andriy Biletsky.
National militia when
This is from BBC in 2017. Remember when we had mainstream press that was talking about this issue? Remember? Before it became Putin's false propaganda claims. Remember that?
This is the national militia when journalists aren't watching.
В масках с молотками, с битами, в куртках с надписью «Национальная дружина». Они кричали «Слава Украине», еще там какие-то свои лозунги. Начали здесь все просто громить. Полная разруха. Все было побито абсолютно.
We're given other footage, which shows more places being trashed, men lighting fireworks indoors, even setting one location on fire.
Just like the trade union where during the Euromaidan where trade unionists were
they have
burned
also,
alive.
on several occasions, fought them. Here they brawled and used pepper spray on officers. The National Militia are part of a group called Azov. Initially a volunteer military battalion, it has well-established links to the far right. Its founder, this man Andriy Biletsky, has in the past expressed racist and anti-Semitic views. And its logo has clear Nazi overtones.
My favorite quote
We see
from
flags
Andriy
of this shit
Biletsky
like soccer
is that,
games now.
The destiny of the Ukrainian nation is to be an avant-garde in holy war of white people against underhumans led by Semites.
The National Militia have already been flexing their muscles in Ukrainian politics. This is the city hall in the town of Cherkasy. Look at it now. All around the outside are
Putin falsely claims that there's this Nazi
and
issue
the reason
in
the
Ukraine,
police have
remember?
come is because at the last session, this happened. The National Militia, together with some war veterans, turned up and stood among the deputies, announcing
I'm glad you
no
liked it,
one would
Lodin. I thought
leave
you'd like that.
until the mayor's budget was passed.
Surprised at my tears, sir.
No, fucking
This is
Sounds
him,
like these guys need more
Arsen
money and guns.
Avakov, Ukraine's ambitious interior minister.
This is what I'm saying, right? Like we've been arming these people for 10 years. This is what I have been trying to say to people. These are the folks we've been arming and training, and the CIA has been training these people. Hey, what does the CIA train people to do? Have you looked into that? It's not like there's been widespread documented reporting of exactly what the CIA trains these kinds of fascist militias to do in order to destabilize official state enemies of the United States. And we know that. That's not a conspiracy. That's not propaganda. We know that we've been arming and training these people. And Putin has been saying, again, no matter what you think of the guy, they've been saying now for 10 years, this is a threat to us. The fact that you're arming these people and training them is a threat to us. Is that disinformatia? Is that a lie? Putin falsely claims. Like, remember that news report we looked at just like an hour ago, whenever it was? Putin falsely claims that there's this fascist legacy in Ukraine. Like, what? How can it be false when we're sitting here looking at BBC coverage from 5 years ago about this, indicating that there is a very real element of truth? I don't think Putin does always speak the truth. In fact, I don't. we've talked before in the past that Putin is anti-communist. He blamed Lenin for creating the situation in the first place in his opening remarks before this invasion started. Putin himself benefited from the collapse of the USSR. He empowered all these oligarchs to just completely dismantle and destroy Russian society. That's what I'm pointing out. Not only is NATO in the West responsible for arming and training these people in Ukraine, we also, how the fuck do you think Putin got there in the first place? We also were heavily contributed to his political rise in the first place. Where did Putin come from? Where did these fascist militias come from? Where did these oligarchs come from? They came from the collapse of the Soviet Union, which we spent generations trying to make happen. You know, if you didn't want that, why did you? I saw a funny meme. I think it's from SpongeBob or something. It's like they're talking about Germany and the way that the far right. You look at the map of Germany right now, where the far right is strongest, and you can see the border of East Germany. And it's like, oh, can you see the border of East Germany? It's like, well, then why did you fucking destroy East Germany then? If you didn't want Nazis running around, that was kind of the whole point.
Arsen Avakov, Ukraine's ambitious interior minister. His links to the Azov group are well known. He's put their fighters on the payroll of his ministry and appointed
Nazi
one of their
government.
commanders,
How can Putin say that? What a lie.
Troyan, as his deputy.
Yeah, no shit, it's repeating itself.
В Германії там 37-39 рік, да, коли воно фашизм тоді піднімався, то в принципі можна, от я б їх цим самим
You know what I mean? How can we say simultaneously that this is Putin propaganda when he's just referencing stuff that's been on, that's widely known and widely acknowledged in Western media for now years? Are we really surprised that Russia felt threatened by this, by the fact that we were put these people into power in the first place? Not that that's they were hugely representative after the Euromaidan, but that vision of nationalism that they promote, and they've been specific, highly integral part of that movement. But then we still say that it's a lie when Putin talks about this issue. It's 2016.
The amendments around these important considerations, and this amendment that I proposed this evening.
Here, so, Captain Macabull, you're doing something that I find kind of annoying here, where you do this kind of pedantic, yes, Russia had no choice but to invade Ukraine and bomb the Nazi civilians. Here's my point. This is not a one-sided thing. You don't have to like Russia or Putin, or you can acknowledge that horrible things have happened in this invasion, which I have done many, many times over. What I'm pointing out, though, is that we played a role in creating this situation. This is not some one-sided, unprovoked thing. We created this situation. We helped install this government. We armed and trained and funded these fascist militias. We pushed up against these red lines over and over and over. Russia was very clear about saying, we're threatened by this. We consider this a threat to their security, to our security, over and over and over. And we continued and we continued and we continued. We had geopolitical experts and folks saying years ago, if we keep doing this, Russia's going to wreck Ukraine. And what did we do? We kept doing it. We kept doing it over and over and over again. Okay, Captain Macabull, you're just being a pedant now. The US, NATO, and Ukrainian Nazis are entirely to blame. Russia has always been a responsible member of the international community. Okay, you're just being a dick. You're not listening to what I'm saying, and this is an incredibly bad faith interpretation of everything that I've been saying. If you want to put blinders in front of your eyes and ignore the fact that we have been arming and training and funding Nazis in Ukraine, I guess if that makes you feel better, go for it. Okay, I for one do not support that. We should not have been involved in this. You don't have to like Russia to acknowledge that. We should not have been involved in this. We should not have been arming and training and funding these people. I'm sorry if that's controversial to you. I'm sorry if it's controversial to you that for me to say that we shouldn't have been arming and funding these Nazis. Give me a fucking break. 2016, John Conyers.
Limits arms training and other assistance to the neo-Nazi Ukrainian militia, the Azov Battalion. Foreign Policy magazine has characterized the 1,000-man Azov Battalion as, quote, openly neo-Nazi, end quotation, and, quote, fascist. Numerous other news organizations, including the New York Times, The Guardian, the Associated Press, have corroborated the dominance of white supremacist and anti-Semitic views within the group.
I actually can't put it on 2x speed because it's, oh, yes, I can. But I don't want to because I think we get the idea. That was John Conyers advocating for a amendment to the defense budget in 2016, talking about arming Azov Battalion. That's all we really need to know. The guy that shot up the Buffalo supermarket put in this Nazi symbology in his manifesto. Same stuff. The ADL issues statement declaring Ukraine's Azov Battalion no longer far right. Full Nazi funeral in Ukraine.
Гологори, що на Золочівщині перепоховали останки 16 вояків дивізії Галичина, загиблих у липні 1944 року, яких віднайшли пошуковці комунального підприємства Львівської обласної ради «Доля». В храмі села Гологори відслужили поминальне богослужіння.
It's just comically Nazi. It couldn't be more Nazi if they were trying. Literally. I mean, he's wearing an SS uniform. There's the UPA flag, the same one that we saw Chrystia Freeland holding. Oh, so wearing an SS uniform makes you a Nazi now. Like, you tankies are just too much, of course. The link between Azov and acts of terror in America is clear, according to 40 U.S. Congress members who urged the State Department to label Azov a foreign terrorist organization in 2019. And again, we've talked about this. The Christchurch mass shooter had visited Ukraine, was part of this movement as well. If we think that the blowback hasn't already started. Last year, only 2 countries, the US and Ukraine, voted against a UN resolution condemning the glorification of Nazism. This year, it was 52. This is what I've been talking about. There's a major push to normalize Nazis. It's not coming from Kyrie Irving and Kanye. It's coming from our government. I don't want to take Kyrie Irving and Kanye West completely out of the off the hook for their kind of anti-Semitic statements either. But this is also worth pointing out, though. Against 2. The next against 52. This is what I'm talking about, right? There's an ongoing process right now of rehabilitating this fascist legacy. It's not just about Canada and Ukraine. It's not just about Azov Battalion. This is an ongoing process of historical revisionism.
І полум'я вогнів плекав нас біль, за долю України зростив нас гнів, і лють на ворогів. Плекав нас біль, за долю України зростив нас гнів, і лють на ворогів.
trying to find a specific story here. I'm trying to find, there was a interview with like a mayor that had a picture of Bandera behind his desk. Yeah, it was this. Yet another example. Our friend Ronnie was sharing this. From this story with the PBS, the war in Ukraine has yielded increasing pictures of horror from the north, south, and east of the country as Russia's scorched earth campaigns against civilians and non-military targets comes into focus.
Those who have weapons.
Look behind him.
Detain those who resist.
As part of this story to talk about the violence of the Putin regime and, of course, Putin's false claims that there's this Nazi problem.
Someone shoots me on my hand.
The Russians are trying to take over even more cities, including the northeastern city Konotop, 150 miles east of Kyiv. The mayor is Artem Semenykhin.
Look behind him.
Artem, can you tell us what happened when
Why is that blurred out,
Russian
sir?
troops came into your office?
They were demanding I recognize their authority and allow them to patrol the streets, de-arm those who have weapons, and detain those who resist. In the end, I told them, just as Ukrainian soldiers told a Russian warship, go f*** yourself.
Which of course didn't happen. That was a completely false story that was promoted, widespread promoted by Western media. The local city of Konotop, look at that, just a few years ago. Just a few short years ago. Jerusalem Post, 2015. Local Jews in shock after Ukrainian city of Konotop elects neo-Nazi mayor. And showing this, members of the Svoboda right-wing party take part in a Day of Defender march in Kiev in October. And there you see the UPA flag, again, the exact same flag that Chrystia Freeland was holding. And now this guy's getting nice big news stories in the West about talking about his bravery with his image of Stepan Bandera like directly behind him. Yeah, we can keep going. We can keep going. Lyrics. I'm a real Nazi. I'm bombing Bombas for 8 years. What's the VJ thing? People are someone share a VJ quote? Trying to see what that was. My point in looking at all this, though, is remember just to ask this question. Talk about Canada honoring this neo-Nazi in our parliament. Is this just an isolated incident? Was it a little mistake? And I've been talking about Canada's role specifically in having this diaspora of Ukrainians that come from this exact legacy and promoting this. And then we're looking at the current situation, the current political makeup of this kind of movement. I'm trying to just see when this was from. Critical 2014 vid. Critical to understand why the people of the Donbass want to separate from Ukraine. This is from 2014, Ukrainian TV.
Спитали, як так може бути. Так може бути тому, що Донбас взагалі регіон, який, ну, це не просто депресивний регіон, розумієте? Там настільки великий комплекс таких грона проблем, і головніше, наприклад, тому, що там просто дика кількість абсолютно непотрібних людей. В економіці, повірте, я абсолютно свідомо про це говорю. От якщо брати навіть чисто Донецьку область, там приблизно 4 мільйони населення. Щонайменше 1,5 мільйона, там просто зайвих людей. Про що хочу сказати? Нам не треба розуміти.
And remember Trudeau's claims in his speech from Parliament saying, like, we need to protect the people in the Donbass Oblast. Right? This is how they were talking about these actual people prior to 10 years before this invasion even started.
Донбас. Нам треба розуміти взагалі український національний інтерес. А Донбас треба просто використати як ресурс, який треба... Відповідно, з приводу розуміння Донбасу. Мені здається, що, ну, в мене немає зрозуміння жодного рецепту, що тут можна зробити швидко, але найголовніше, що треба зробити в даний момент, як це там жорстоко не прозвучить, є певна категорія людей, яких треба просто вбити. Спитали, як так...
Great. German TV show shows Nazi symbols of helmets of Ukraine soldiers. And like this thread is just endless.
Проти ДНР. Я воював 17 років, я укроп, я нацист, да, я воював проти ДНР.
Українці чи росіяни?
Там, я не назву тих людей українцями, а вони нам не потрібні. Коли українські танки зайдуть в Донецьк, вони будуть знищені.
Так можна тоді припинити вже зараз війну, якщо
Ні,
вони...
їм потрібно їх знищити. Я воював 17 років.
You know, this is what I mean too. When you talk about these eastern regions, we've talked over and over, like, it's confusing to me that this war has been fought to, like, ensure that these regions can be part of Ukraine, when the people that actually live in this region, clearly straight from the horse's mouth, the actual Ukrainian nationalists that have been prosecuting this war for the last 10 years do not consider these people Ukrainians. Certainly, they barely consider them to be human. You know? But they want the land. They don't actually care about or want the people that live there, the Ukrainian people that live there. I guess this is my point, though, just to tie this all together with Canada and what happened in Parliament this week. This is just what I've been trying to call people's attention to for a couple years now. And when we're talking about this incident with Parliament, they're really trying to frame this as being some kind of like a one-off or an accident or a mistake or some kind of partisan thing, and it's not. It's not. Of course, we brought someone from the Galician SS division into our parliament. We have monuments to these people built in our country. There's a long legacy, long historic and cultural ties between Canada and these exact Ukrainian nationalists. And our deputy prime minister is a big part of this. And her Nazi grandfather was a part of it. They all knew. They knew who this guy was that they were honoring in parliament. These people are not stupid. Oh, I'd like to listen to that East is a Podcast episode. I'm sure that's great. I've been on that podcast before, and Seema is, I'd say he's a friend of mine. I think Seema's fantastic. That's what I'm talking about, though, folks. It's not just about this one incident. It's not even just about Canada. It's about there's something bigger going on. And this is just a part of that puzzle. And it's about a generational project to rewrite history. We're right in the middle of it right now, and it's really escalating right now. And to the point that I'm genuinely surprised that this turned into such a big scandal. You know? But we've been part of this, and we've been this is the history that we have been talking about now for 3 years on this show, like before this invasion started. It's the history, it's the connection between the West and the Nazi regime and what happened to the Nazis after the war. You know? Operation Paperclip, back there you can see. That's part of this legacy. Devil's Chessboard, that's another book which will completely blow your mind. If you really don't know a lot about this history, Devil's Chessboard will completely fucking blow your mind about the relationship between the Dulles brothers and the CIA and the Nazis. It's not just about the space program. You know, and it's not even just about Ukraine, right? It's about this has been what the post-Soviet period has been promoting this. Right? In Ukraine and in all these former Warsaw Pact states. There's this generational project that's revising and rewriting history, that's whitewashing the crimes of the Nazis, that's trying to suggest that there's some kind of equivalence between the USSR and the Nazis, or the final version of that is that the Nazis were the lesser evil. That's where we're headed. And we've been talking about this a lot for 3 years now. And this is just the latest bit of evidence in that history that we've been kind of stitching together on this program, together, me and you. You know? It's another piece of the puzzle. But this is not just about one mistake that happened in Parliament. This is not a new phenomenon. This is not a new phenomenon, folks. It's been going on for a while now.
Gather round while I sing you of Werner von Braun, a man whose allegiance is ruled by expedience. Call him a Nazi, he won't even frown. Nazi schmazi, says Werner von Braun. Don't say that he's hypocritical, say rather that he's apolitical. Once the rockets are up, who cares where they come down? That's not my department, says Werner von Braun. Some have harsh words for this man of renown, but some think our attitude should be one of gratitude, like the widows and cripples in old London town, who owe their large pensions to Werner von Braun. You too may be a big hero once you've learned to count backwards to 0. In German or English, I know how to count down. And I'm learning Chinese, says Werner von Braun.
You know, that's interesting. I like this in Hunters as well. And that line is a bit weird. I agree. I enjoyed this in Hunters as well, but I think a show like Hunters is part of actually the revisionist propaganda. I think a show like Hunters does something that's kind of insidious, where it acknowledges this history, it acknowledges Operation Paperclip and the Nazis and the relationship between the intelligence communities, but it says, like, don't worry. Even though there were some bad guys that wanted to rehabilitate these Nazis, there was a team of, like, cool, multicultural American Nazi hunters that were going in to do that. But that part is fake, though. That did not happen. That was not real. There was not a cool team of American multicultural Nazi hunters that were going to find all these people and get rid of them. That did not exist. So I think it kind of like simultaneously acknowledges that history and then kind of papers over it or presents this kind of fantasy version. The hero FBI black woman. Exactly. It's so cynical. It is so cynical. The Nazi hunters were within the U.S. government and they were just looking to hire them. Well, and here's the thing, though. There were people in the intelligence, in the CIA, in the early stages of the CIA, and in the American government who did hate the Nazis and wanted to track them down and didn't want to be part of this. But they lost, though. They lost. It was the people that were part of the New Deal legacy, the FDR legacy, that were part of the state bureaucracy in the intelligence community or the State Department. They lost, though. And the Nazi sympathizers won. The Dulles faction of the deep state, the American government, they won. And the people that were actually ideologically opposed to the Nazis lost. It was one of the main things I've been saying before, too, like FDR. I think FDR is such an interesting figure. And you can point to a lot of things you can criticize about someone like FDR. But I think America and the world was actually very lucky that FDR was in charge at that time, regardless of any of the criticisms that you want to levy at FDR, of which there are many. But there was a strong component of the American ruling class that would have been partnered with the Nazis, that wanted to partner with the Nazis, that would have supported that, and that really wanted to rehabilitate them. And the only reason that didn't go entirely that direction was because of like the FDR and the New Dealers. There was a big faction of the security state that wanted, in the end of World War II, to continue going and to fucking nuke Moscow and Beijing and just get the whole thing over with. They were talking about this all the way up to the Korean War. And thankfully, that's not the version of history that we're living in. We sometimes talk about it like we're in the absolute worst timeline, but there are worse timelines out there, even from recent history. There was a faction that wanted to go all the way with that, and fortunately was not able to. We're only going to half-ass it. They did let the Soviets up off the mat, and they've let China develop into where it is today. There was people that wanted to snuff that out before it ever got to be an option at all. And thankfully, that kind of faction lost out ultimately. Although, they still did a whole lot of damage and committed genocide all around the world. But I think that's important to talk about when you talk about the American government and the intelligence community and the Nazis. There were people. I don't want to disrespect this legacy either. Not only were there troops going to fight fascism, but there was people behind the scenes that wanted to go harder on the Nazis, that wanted to have a relationship with the Soviet Union. But when FDR died, that's the whole thing. It's just a disaster. FDR dying when he did was an absolute disaster. And that's what allowed the Dulles faction to really consolidate power. And what happened when Kennedy tried to take power away from that faction? Just not even 20 years later? When Kennedy tried to take power away from the Allen Dulles faction of the state? Went for a little drive. Sir, we're going to go ahead and get rid of this Allen Dulles-led faction of the U.S. government. Let's go. Before we do that, let's go for a nice little drive through Dallas. Let's go for a nice little drive through Dallas, and then we're going to get right on that afterwards. We're going to pull our troops out of Vietnam. We're going to have more of a détente with the Soviet Union. As soon as we get back from this nice little pleasant little drive in Dallas, sir. I wish I could bring back Dulles back to life just so I could get my hands on that decrepit monster. Honestly, read Devil's Chessboard. Because, we've been talking about this for years now, but I thought I had a handle on this history, and we've talked about it a lot. But when you read Devil's Chessboard, you realize how deep it actually goes. And you get into the whole Operation Sunrise thing and the history of the Dulles brothers and as Wall Street lawyers, and you really start to see, you read Devil's Chessboard, and you're just basically oh, our society is run by Nazis. Okay, I get it now. I really get it. Okay, folks. Well, I have been talking about this now for about 3 hours. 3 hours straight. Also look up Operation Bluebird and Operation Artichoke. Yeah, I mean it's all connected, right? Operation Sunrise, Paperclip, Condor. No, sorry, Operation Phoenix. Condor is the movie. Excuse me. Or maybe I'm getting confused. I think that was actually an operation as well, the Latin American version. Mockingbird as well, which is a way of turning the press into a propaganda machine for the deep state. I mean, it's all there. Oh, there was Operation Condor was the part of the Latin American thing. That was in Argentina. A United States-backed campaign of political repression, state terrorism, involving intelligence operations, CIA-backed coups, as well as assassinations of left-wing and socialist leaders in South America from 68 to 89. So I was right. I forgot it actually got mentioned in the movie as well. I'm so glad all this stopped and won't happen again. The most important thing, Relic, is that we continue to pump arms into Ukraine. That's the most important thing. And I'm sorry, but there's people that I've seen on Twitch, people that I've seen in part of the whole left independent media thing that have gone all in on the Russia bad, must protect Ukraine, must support the war, Putin bad, that are now looking at this incident in Parliament being like, what? Can you believe they honored this Nazi? I'm sorry, but this is what you've been supporting. This is what you've been supporting for the last year and a half. I would like people to take some accountability for that. So I've been talking about this for 3 hours now, folks. And I've been hooting and hollering and ranting and raving. I got to go in about 20 minutes to pick up my kid from school. I haven't taken a break. Haven't really promoted anything or promoted the stream. So I think that's going to do it for today. I'm going to do a whole podcast episode about this stuff later as well. So I think that's going to do it for today. I would just like to take a moment to please remind people that if you enjoy this program and this commentary, if you appreciate that this analysis has been out there, we're not hearing about in our mainstream media. Again, if you watch this show, you see our Canadian Parliament honoring a SS member, and you're not saying like, wow, that's so surprising, that's so shocking. You say, of course they are. Of course they are, because we know about this history, because we don't have our heads in the sand over this stuff. But again, I don't have a mainstream media job. I don't have benefits. I don't have a salary. I'm not funded by any think tanks or any states that I'm aware of, or any intelligence community or three-letter agencies. All I have to do this show each and every day where we talk about this stuff is you, the audience, the viewer, the listener. So if you can, folks, if you enjoy this kind of content, if you want to support the work that I do here on Twitch each and every day, we've been talking about this for 3 years now. If you want to support the work that I've been doing each and every day here on Twitch to talk about this, please, if you can, subscribe to TRRS. Every little bit helps. You can subscribe for $5 a month or completely free of charge with your Amazon Prime account. Support the work that I do, support the community, get all the tiny little images. I will say honestly that having this community and having you folks come in here and hang out with me every day,
you're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Has been extremely helpful for me to feel less insane when we're being bombarded with this nonstop propaganda machine, and when we're being bombarded with this revisionist history and being asked to forget everything we know about basic history. You know? It has made me feel way less insane to be able to do this show each and every day and to have people come and hang out here. And it means a lot, and I appreciate it a lot, and I hope you appreciate it as well. Comrade Bushy, I appreciate you. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for that.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thanks for helping my sanity, TRRS Sankara.
Pete Cicada, thank you for 10 months. 10 months of tier 1. Thank you for that. I'm glad to hear that regime pilled, seriously. I've said it before and I'll say it again.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
You, Rob, and your community make me feel better about this stuff. I'm really glad to hear that. Honestly, the feeling's very mutual. Chaos the Gardener, thanks for 3 gifted subs. That's really kind of you, Chaos the Gardener.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Jeremiah on Twitter. Thank you, Jeremiah, as well. 22 months of tier 1 from Jeremiah. Thank you for that. We got a hype train on the horizon too, folks. I don't want to alarm you, but we've got a hype train on the horizon as well. One more sub's going to DPRK style get that train moving. We're halfway there. Again, I got to go in about 20 minutes. Is it possible? Is it possible to get to the sub goal today? And again, it's been a long day of talking and yammering and hooting, hollering. I was really kind of on one there. I slammed my Coke Zero Cherry, and I was really on one for about 3 straight hours here today. I'm starting to hit the wall a little bit now.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Dr. Maggot, thank you. It was a 0, not a Diet Dacadoon, but the Cherry Zero, though, that's different. I don't like
You can count
Coke
on
Zero.
me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Been a while for me, but good to be back in the triangle.
Sophisticated Pills, thanks for 30 months of tier 1. Very much appreciated. You're approaching the 3-year badge as well. 6 months away. It is still September, and I know also Slubtember, excuse me. And I know that soon I got to check the exact date. I think this weekend gift subs are going to be on sale as well. So what I may do actually is take a day or 2 off this week and then do a big slubathon this weekend. I might end up doing that. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I would like to do a big marathon 9 or 10 hour stream again this weekend, if people are up for it. But we still got to make the little number go up today. I still got to make the little number go up. As I do each and every day. Each and every day here on twitch.tv. Pretty sure it starts tomorrow. Well, that's cool. I guess I'm just going to check my schedule. I think I'm going to do definitely at least 3 streams this week. I may take a little time off and then do a big one on the weekend. Give the streamer money and nobody gets hurt. We're 80% of the way to level 3 of this hype trade. And listen, because Dr. Maggot requested this, Dr. Maggot, you've been so supportive lately, which I appreciate a lot. And in fact, you're on the board. Dr. Maggot's now on the board, the leaderboard for this month for gifted subs. So because Dr. Maggot requested it, and only for that reason, but also because I love Carl. Is Orb Lady even still here? I don't even know. I don't even know anymore. I don't know what the hell's going on. I actually don't think so. There's going to be no singing. There's going to be no singing to any dogs if the people that are there are not even going to...
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob
be there to appreciate
talk you
it
through all this.
Anon, thank you for the 5
You can
gifted
count on
subs.
me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Just beware, Sunday is October. Okay, so Saturday.
You can count on me. You're
End
gonna
of
have good old
Slubtember
Rob to talk you through all this.
Saturday. Thank you, Anon, for the 5 gifted subs, and thank you, Effusive Stoic, as well.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
This is gaslighting. I went through the users in the chat. I went through. I didn't see it. Oh, it's the Orb Lady, of course.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
In the T section. I was looking in the O's.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Happy birthday to you. Gone wrong. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for that. We're 4% of the way to level 4 of this hype train, folks, and getting close to the sub goal. We're getting close to the sub goal. We're 8 subs away from the goal. And
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Carl loved it. Okay, that's good. Fart Party 69, thank you very, very much for the 5 gifted subs. I meant it when I was talking about you. You're the valued community member thing. Fart Party 69 is not just a joke. It's not just a meme. Okay, it's real. Thank you, Fart Party 69, for all the support. Carl was also scared because I was laughing. Okay, folks, we're 3 subs away. We are 3 subs away from the goal. Can we do it? Can we do it? I'm sure we can. I'm sure we can. I'm going to put on some music here. Never find it. By the way, I've decided, like, in light of all this, I really do want to make the Rousseau Institute for Western destabilization. I want to make it into a real thing. I think I'm really going to work on this. I want to make this into like a real website.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
And have papers on it, not just me writing, but other people. I want to make it an actual think tank. I've decided that in light of everything that's going on, I actually think it's genuinely important. It's kind of funny as a joke as well, but it's also real. Dr. Maggot, thank you for another gifted sub. Moving up in the leaderboard, almost number 2. Tied right now. Tied for number 2. Oh, rebrand the Patreon. I think that's a good idea because I never use the Patreon. I think that's actually a great idea. I actually know a fuck ton about establishing nonprofits in America, so we could discuss that. That'd be great. I really do want to do this. I want it to be a real think tank. And then pitch myself to get invited onto TV to opine on these subjects. Rob Rousseau of the Rousseau Institute for Western Destabilization. I want to hear that on CBC. I want to hear that on CBC, those words. Let's do it.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Let's do it. And I want to have an actual conference as well. I'm already talking about a conference that's going on that I'm going to be a part of coming up. But I really do want to have a Rousseau Institute, conference. Kijiji Genie, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Thank you, Kijiji Genie. We did it. We did. We can keep going. It's level 5 of this hype train. We can continue. We can keep going. We made the goal, though. That's wonderful. I really appreciate that, folks. We, of course, still can continue to subscribe if you want to. I'm not going to stop you. You're being lied to, folks.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
You're being lied to. It's true. Like, we joke, but it's actually true, though. Thank you, Chaos the Gardener, for the gifted sub as well. Sorry, I got no money. I blew my whole budget on building the Death Egg. Do I want to know what that is? You say Death Egg like that's something that everyone understands, but I don't know if Dr. Robotnik. Okay, is that like a Sonic reference? I don't know. Anyway, welcome to the community, Dr. Robotnik. Enjoy the tiny little images. Enjoy the tiny images. And also join the Discord server, folks. If you're not in part of the Discord server, you gotta join that. I need pens and a leather portfolio. That would be sick, actually, yeah. It is interesting how the executives of all these non-profits are raking in millions in pay. And as we've talked about, they get presented as being like experts on certain subjects, such as China, for example, while they're being funded by the state and by the arms manufacturing industry. And that is never disclosed whenever these folks show up in our media. I really like the new version of this track that I did. We're doing this though, okay? This is like the rest of this year and next year. We're going to make the Rousseau Institute for Western Destabilization into a real thing. It's going to be a real thing. This is my solemn promise to you. And Lodane, if you're around as well, I know you've been bugging me about this for a while, and I'm genuinely sorry that it's taken me a long time to get oriented for it. I do have a lot of shit going on, as I know you do, but let's do a meeting sometime soon and we'll get everything organized for Season 4, which is coming up. The new emotes, the bit badges, and all that stuff that we need to do that I've been putting off for a long time. If you still want to help me solve that, we will work on that over the next couple of weeks. When did we decide Season 4 was happening? Season 4 is just a couple weeks away. Wednesday, November 1st. Season 4. Season 4 premiere of TRRS. Big things are happening, folks. You son of a bitch. Yeah, I'm sorry I haven't been able to get to that, Lodane. A lot of strands in old Duder's head. A lot of ins, a lot of outs, a lot of what have yous. What am I doing? Okay, I'm losing consciousness. I gotta go. Thanks everyone for hanging out today. Listen, we talk about this stuff a lot. It's been a we rehash a lot of stuff, but I guess it's important, right? It's important to keep talking about this stuff, especially when there's this effort right now to pretend this whole issue with Parliament and everything is some big mistake. Oh, you made a little mistake. You know, we know that that's bullshit, and it's important to keep focusing on that. Makes me cry. I'm wondering if I shouldn't, because there's a couple of my songs that I've done for this stream that I've turned into like actual songs, like with guitar and vocals and stuff, and I'm wondering if this might be a good one for it. Your voice sounds like a more chill Sam Seder. And unlike Sam Seder, I have not been supporting the endless non-stop flow of arms to these Ukrainian Nazis for the last 2 years. Who I still respect. And I still respect and admire a lot. Of course. I do think that's been a blind spot for some folks in the independent media space. I didn't know you were a musician. Yeah, I create all the music that we listen to on this program. And if you want to hear any of my actual like band music, you can do that as well. At firstwood.bandcamp.com. If you want to actually listen to me like sing and play guitar and all that stuff. Been following you on Twitter for ages. Yeah, I don't really talk about that as much. That's actually my whole backstory. I'm like a failed musician who wound up being a internet communist independent media guy. That's a whole other story though. That's a whole other story. Till tomorrow, folks.